Good morning.
There you go.
We're good? Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, now we're good.
Roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Annalis,
Here.
Commissioner Strayford,
Here.
Chair Poe.
Here.
Yo, quorum, Mr. Chair. Next would be the approval of the agenda. We have no recommended changes to the agenda.
You have the agenda in front of you. Ready to approve agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as written.
Second. Okay, we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, agenda is approved.
Next would be the minutes for September 23rd, 2025.
You also have the minutes in front of you.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second for the minutes.
Minutes? Are there minutes?
No, we don't. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There are no minutes.
Looking at the planning commission.
I'm sorry.
My apologies.
Creatures of habit.
Next, we will go into unfinished business, which would be preliminary subdivision map approval, subdivision application number S-2025-1 Hōʻike Store Expansion Project, SMK Inc. A proposed 11-lot consolidation to one lot. TMPs 2-8008020. Sorry. 2-8-008-020, 022 through 029, and 034 and 035. We have no members of the public signed up to testify for this agenda item. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Kenny for the staff report.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Subdivision Committee. I'll summarize the report for the record. The proposal consolidates 11 existing lots into a single lot within the South Kauai Form-Based Code Transect, T4 Village Center, and T4 Village Neighborhood Flex, as well as the county's general commercial zoning district. The intent of the consolidation is to facilitate the expansion of Hōʻike Store and its associated parking lot improvements that were previously reviewed through Project Development Use Permit PDU 2008-17, Class 4 Zoning Permit Z4 2008-18, and Use Permit U 2008-16 that were approved by the Kauai Planning Commission on September 9th, 2008. It should be noted that this application was originally scheduled for preliminary approval on December 10th, 2024. However, it was deferred after receiving comments from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division regarding future roadway improvements along Kaua Road. The application was again subsequently deferred at the Planning Commission meetings held on June 10th, 2025 and November 11th, 2025 to allow additional time to coordinate the planned roadway improvements with the Engineering Division. Following these discussions, the applicant has agreed to evaluate the feasibility of constructing a new roundabout at the intersection of Maluhia Road and Kaua Road. If a roundabout is necessary, it would be considered an off-site infrastructure improvement associated with this subdivision application, and as a result, the applicant would be required to obtain construction plan approval prior to final subdivision approval. It should be noted that the subdivision report has been revised to incorporate conditions from both the Planning Department and the Department of Public Works Engineering Division to reflect the proposed roundabout improvements. Chair, we have received comments from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division, the County Department of Water, the County Department of Wastewater, the State Department of Health, and the State Historic Preservation Division. The Planning Department is recommending preliminary subdivision map approval.
Thank you. We have questions for Mr. Estes? Seeing none, do we have anybody from the applicant that would like to add?
Good morning, Marina Arismendes from Esaki Surveying here on behalf of the owners. They worked with Public Works to come to an understanding that works both with the development that they're planning and the county's concerns. So they would like to respectfully request tentative approval at this time.
Any questions?
I have a question. On there are two roundabouts that are potentially scheduled for this area, one by Maluhia Road and Kaua Road, and the other one by Kaua and Poipu Road, which are going to be very close together and essentially abut the Suioka parking lot. Is there any, do you know when the anticipated plan of this is going to, or not the plan, when it's anticipated that they would actually start, or if they're going to start?
Well, the Poipu 1 intersection, that's a county-led project, and I think that one should be ready any day now. Plans have been approved, and that one's closer to construction start. This one would take a little longer since there's only a conceptual plan that's been worked out with county. We still have to go through construction plan development and approval with county. It's a little farther behind schedule.
I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of those. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? If not, are we ready for the question? If we can have a motion on this?
Kenny provided we are recommending preliminary map subdivision approval.
Yep. We can have a motion.
I move to approve subdivision map application S-2025-1.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other comments, concerns? If not, Mr. Clerk, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Nales?
Aye.
Commissioner Strafford?
Aye.
Chair Crow?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Number S-2026-4, Peggy Medeiros and Michael and Milani Medeiros Trust, a proposed two-lot subdivision, TMK 2-7-0050 and 4, located in Omao Homesteads, Koloa, Kauai. I don't have any members of the public sign up to testify on this agenda item. Is there any member of the public that would like to testify? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Kenny.
I'll summarize the report for the record. The proposal involves a two-lot subdivision within the County Residential R2 zoning district and State Lands Rural District. The subject property is located in Omao Homesteads, abutting Upa Road on its northern boundary and Noho Road on its southern boundary, and involves in a total area of approximately 3.776 acres. In reviewing the proposal, vehicular access to proposed lot 26A1 will be obtained from Upa Road, and vehicular access to proposed lot 26A2 will be obtained from Noho Road. Chair, we have received comments from the County Department of Water, the State Department of Health, and the State Commission of Water Resource Management. Comments are still pending from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division. The Planning Department is recommending preliminary subdivision map approval.
Thank you, Kenny. Do we have any questions for the staff on this? Okay. Do we have an applicant that would like to add?
Good morning, Marina Arismendes from Esaki Serene here on behalf of the owners. They have read the report. They agree with the conditions that are available at this time and would like to request tentative approval.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? If not, thank you. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve application number S-2026-4 for a subdivision, a preliminary subdivision approval.
Second.
Got a motion, we got a second. Any other questions, concerns before this? If not, Mr. Clerk, you can have a roll call vote, please.
Roll call. Roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Nales?
Aye.
Commissioner Strafford?
Aye.
Chair Crow?
Aye.
Motion passes, Chair.
Thank you.
Next, we have subdivision application number S-2026-5, Herbert Nishida, Barbara Nishida, and David Nakamura applicants, proposed 5-lot subdivision, TMK 4-4-015017, Kaua Homesteads, Kauai. I also don't have any members of the public signed up to testify on this item. Is any member of the public wanting to testify on this item? Approach the microphone. Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Kenny.
Yeah, summarize your report. The proposal involves the subdivision of Lot 140 into 5 lots. The subject property is approximately 19.662 acres in size and is situated within the County Agricultural Zoning District and State Land Use Agricultural District. The proposed subdivision creates a 1 acre lot along Kamalu Road that will contain an existing residence and 4 flag lots consisting of 2 front lots, lots 1 and 4, each approximately 4.175 acres in size, and 2 rear lots, lots 2 and 3, each approximately 5.156 acres in size. The subject property existed prior to the adoption of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Therefore, the proposed development is subject to the requirements in Section 8-8.3B1B of the Kauai County Code, which specifies parcels larger than 10 acres but not more than 20 acres may be subdivided into parcels not less than 2 acres in size, except that no more than 4 lots in the parcel may be 1 acre in size. In further evaluating the proposal, it is noted that the parcel does not meet its development potential since lots 1 and 4 may be further subdivided pursuant to CZO Section 8-8.3C. Therefore, in minimizing potential traffic impacts along Kamalu Road as a result of further subdivision of these lots, the pole portions of lots 2 and 3 should be designated as common access easements in favor of lots 1 and 4. Upon such time that these lots are further subdivided, the common access easement should be improved to a county standard roadway. In addition, access onto Kamalu Road from the pole portions of lots 1 and 4 should be restricted to a common access easement along the pole sections of lots 2 and 3. Chair, we have received comments from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division, the State Department of Health. Comments are still pending from the County Department of Water and the State Historic Preservation Division. The Planning Department is recommending preliminary subdivision map approval.
Have any questions for Mr. Estes?
Yes, I have a question. It's a 5-lot subdivision. What would be the total number of residential dwelling units allowed?
Currently, as the current subdivision layout, they would qualify for 9 dwelling units, which includes the existing house along Kamalu Road. That's with the current subdivision layout, but the property with being 19 acres would qualify for 11 farm dwelling units.
So I'm asking because of this letter from the housing agency requirement.
Yeah, so currently the applicant would not be subject to the housing requirements as the property currently right now with the proposed subdivision layout would qualify for 9 dwelling units.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Commissioner Nellis.
Could I ask a question? Is 1 access enough for 9 units?
So as stated in the subdivision report, access to the lots, so because Kamalu Road is a connector road, per the subdivision ordinance, we should limit access off of that road. So as proposed, we would require that the access be, for all 4 lots, be through a common access easement on lots 1 and 4, on lots 2 and 3, which are the 2 rear flag lots.
But there's only going to be 1 access. If there were, as Commissioner Ornelas was saying, if there are 9 units, there's still going to be only 1 access to all of the 9 units from the road.
Correct.
From Noble Road.
Yep.
And that's sufficient, do you think?
Yeah, so as proposed right now, 1 access would be sufficient for 9 units. But if the subdivisions or if the lots were to be further subdivided, then we would require a roadway lot to serve the new lots.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a representative that would like to add to this?
Good morning, Mariana Arismendes from Isaki Surveying. I just wanted to add on the access that the other comment from Public Works says that a maximum of 3 driveways for the proposed subdivision. there's an existing house, so that would keep its existing access for lot 5, parcel 1B, and then one new one for the rest of the new lots.
Yeah, so,
That's coming 2D.
yeah, so we can work that out with, in discussions during the tentative process, with the planning department, the Department of Public Works Engineering Division and the applicant on resolving access off of Kamalo Road.
Any other questions for the applicant? If not, thank you. And with that, if we can entertain a motion.
I move to approve the map of subdivision application number S 2026-5.
Second.
Got a motion and we've got a second. Any other questions? If not, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call, motion to approve. Commissioner Arnales?
Aye.
Commissioner Straker?
Aye.
Chair Coe?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Last item we have the subdivision application number S-2026-6, lot 5 for Visionary LLC, a proposed 2-lot subdivision TMK 3-7-003032, located in Honolulu, Lihui, Kauai. I have one person signed up to testify, Tommy Oi, but Tommy, are you representing the applicant? Tommy, I have you signed up to testify as a member of the public, but are you representing the applicant? Okay, we'll bring you guys up after. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this agenda item as a member of the public? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Kenny.
I'll summarize the report for the record. The proposal involves the subdivision of Lot 5 of the Ho'oluana Kohealoa Phase 1 subdivision into lots 5A and 5B. The intent of the proposal is to dedicate Lot 5A to the County of Kauai to facilitate the development of a future community park and to dedicate Lot 5B to the State Department of Education to accommodate a shared-use parking lot as an expansion of the King Kamuali'i Elementary School campus. The project is located within the County Residential R6 zoning district and Special Treatment Public District and lies within the State Land Use Urban District. The total area involved is approximately 5.906 acres, with Lot 5A comprising 2.906 acres and Lot 5B comprising 3 acres. The subject property is bordered by Akilolo Street to the north, the Ho'oluana Kohealoa Phase 2 subdivision to the east, King Kamuali'i Elementary School campus to the south, and Kuhio Highway to the west. Chair, comments are still pending from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division, the County Department of Water, the County Fire Department, the County Parks and Recs Division, and the State Department of Transportation. We have received comments from the State Department of Health. The Planning Department is recommending preliminary subdivision map approval.
Recommendation, please.
The department is recommending preliminary subdivision. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Since this is, the intent is to put half of this property, or approximately half of it, to the county for a future community park, and the other half of it for shared parking for the Department of Education, State Department of Education. Are both county and state agencies on board to accept it?
Currently, we're still, comments are still pending from those agencies, but the applicant could probably explain their discussions with both agencies on the dedication of both lots.
Okay, if not, do we have a representative from the applicant? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is William Eddy. I'm with Kodani and Associates Engineers. and we're one of Grove Farms' consultants for the project. Visionary LLC is the owner of the parcel, which we call Lot 5. And that would be Lot 5 of the Kohealoa large lot subdivision. And Visionary is a subsidiary of Grove Farm Company. And there are representatives of Grove Farm Company here today if you have any real specific questions for them. Otherwise, I'll let the rest of our team introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Elshe Lagusa. I'm with Kodani and Associates Engineers.
Tommy Oil Land Surveying, LLC.
If you allow, I could maybe try to answer some of the questions or provide a little bit of background for the proposed two-lot subdivision. The lot was created, Lot 5 was created with the Kohealoa large lot subdivision, which I believe got final in somewhere around 2010 or something, maybe later, 2012. And as part of the subdivision agreement and also part of earlier zoning applications, zoning change applications, the property was originally agricultural zone, and then in the 90s it got a zoning amendment to bring it into the state urban zone. And at the time, the State Department of Education imposed conditions for the subdivision, and one of those conditions was that the owner would set aside property for expansion of King Kamoli'i Elementary School. So that was really the beginning of this process. And at the time, it wasn't entirely clear what that expansion would look like. So we weren't able to create a specific lot for that expansion at that time. And so Lot 5 was created. And then further on in the timeline, the county and Grove Farm entered into agreement that would allow for land to be set aside for a community center. And so that agreement has been in place for a number of years. And the agreement is that Grove Farm will be dedicating that lot, which in this application is Lot 5A, and the DOE lot is 5B. And so quite a bit of time has been expired since the beginning of this works, but there has been, to let you folks know, coordination between DOE and the County of Kauai and the owner. So to answer your question, Commissioner, I can tell you that there is general agreement that the DOE is satisfied with the shape of the lot, the layout as proposed, as well as the county. The DOE intends to use their lot as a drop-off, pickup location for the school and also parking. And the county originally was looking at a community center, but as of late, their ideas have kind of morphed, and they're finding what they really need is really just open playfield space. So the latest that we've heard from the county, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Department of Parks and Recreation, would be that they would likely want to develop that lot into just an open grassy field because they feel that that's their biggest need at this time, and maybe it's kind of a lower cost alternative too, without having to invest in a building such as a community center. So that brings us up to today.
So this is more a fulfillment of all of the agreements over the years to do this.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
But I just wanted to know that, I think it's commendable that it's going to be used for a community center or community playground and also for overflow parking for the school. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody's on board to accept it if this, when this happens. But thank you for the explanation.
Any other questions we have? No? We're good? Okay, thank you very much for coming. Okay, with that, we're ready to entertain a motion.
I move to approve the map subdivision application number S-2026-6.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further comments or concerns? If not, Mr. Clerk, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Annalis?
Aye.
Commissioner Strafford?
Aye.
Chair Ako?
Aye.
Motion passes, Chair. All right, we have no further items on the subdivision meeting.
Having no other items on the agenda, we'll move for a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the subdivision committee meeting is adjourned at 8:57. Thanks, guys.
Oh,
Good morning. The time is 9:10. I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting for December 9th, 2025. Roll call vote, Mr. Clerk.
roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Koch,
Right here.
Commissioner Cox,
Here.
Commissioner Nales,
Here.
Commissioner Otsuka,
Here.
Commissioner Strafford,
Here.
Chair DeGracia.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chair. Next. For approval of the agenda, the department will recommend an amendment to the agenda whereby we're recommending agenda item K1 be moved to directly follow G3. Those are both that would align the Kapalawai applications together.
I move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion on the floor is to accept the amendment as amended by the clerk. Any discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, hearing none. Can we get a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Koch,
Aye.
Commissioner Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Nales,
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka,
Aye.
Commissioner Strafford,
Aye.
Chair DeGracia.
Aye.
Motion passes, Chair. Next, we have minutes of the meeting, the Planning Commission from September 23rd, 2025.
Motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of the Planning Commission dated September 23, 2025.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion has been made and seconded to approve the minutes for September 23rd, 2025. Any discussion before we go to a voice vote? Okay, hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next, receive the items for the record. We did receive a number of testimonies after the agenda was published, which aren't reflected on the agenda notice. But at the chair's discretion, if you want to take a recess to review the testimonies received after publication of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. It looks like the commission would like to take 20-minute recess to review the all of the testimony we just received this morning. Thank you.
We're reconvening at 9:30. Shan.
Thank you for your patience. I'd like to reconvene the commission meeting.
Next up, we
Good morning. The subdivision committee met this morning. We had 4 items on the agenda. I think 2 of them were commercial properties, 2 were private properties. All were approved. One item that may be of interest was the subdivision of the Sueoka store expansion project. So with that, if you have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner seeking a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of the subdivision committee report.
Just the report. You move to approve the report, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion on the floor is to approve the report for the subdivision committee meeting. We'll take a voice vote for this one, if there's no further discussion. Okay, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next up, we have item G2, new agency hearing, special management area use permit SMAU 2026-3 involving the construction of a single-family residence, garage, and associated site improvements within Lot A involving a parcel situated along the Mackay side of Y Road, 800 feet east of Spotting Horn Park, further identified as tax map key 2-6-003015, and containing a total area of 8,118 square feet. The applicant is John H. Murray Trust. We have one member of the public signed up to testify, Rosalind Cummings. Roz Cummings.
Aloha and good morning. My name is Rosalind Nicole Manava Akea Malama Mare Cummings. Noho au Kaleho Ahupua'a. I'm here to testify and petition this matter 2A, the parcel known as the John H. Murray Trust. I wanted to make sure that I bring in the law, so I work and make sure that the hierarchy of law, which is God's and nature's law, come first. Then you have international law, where treaty law comes in, and then the Hawaiian Kingdom law, and then everything follows after, especially domestic law with Constitution. I'm here to put it on the record for the record that all attorneys that hold a bar license will be held liable if any law is broken and violated. Ignorance to the law is no excuse. Maxims of law. I'm bringing in the revolution of law because this area is culturally sensitive. It's literally 800 feet in Spouting Horn. This will be used as record and evidence under the evidence of law and rule of law. I just want to make sure you guys understand this is in the Koloa Ahupua'a on the Y Road. When they first started doing construction in the area, and I'm pretty sure the county is well aware. If they're not, I'm going to put you guys on notice right now. The entirety of that area was EV because it's so old village site, fishing site. And not only that, multiple units in the area breached Ana cave systems. And how I know this is because of the septic and cesspool conversions. So a lot of the units surrounding this entirety of the coastline breached caves about 20 feet in depth. And you guys know this because they had to update a lot of the systems since COVID. And what happened was when they dropped all the systems in, they could see that the water was and the waste was leaking right into the ocean. So that's already a violation of law. Another one is I would like the county to start submitting title reports and have it in the actual agenda for us to review as a public. So that's all I want to say about that. And then the cultural practices. It's in the state constitution, Article 12, Section 7. The state of Hawaii has no right to take away a practice that they did not give us. The Constitution supersedes any county ordinances, so I just want to put that on the record. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony.
We don't have anyone else sign up to testify on this agenda item. Is there any member of the public who would like to testify on this agenda item? Seeing no further testimony, the department will recommend closing the agency hearing.
I move to close the agency hearing.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion on the floor is to close the agency hearing for this agenda item. We'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
And this agenda item will be, this item will be further reviewed at a subsequent portion of the agenda. Given the rest of the matters before the Murray case are leading to potential litigation, we'll turn the clerking over to the attorney. Thank you.
Good morning. We're on item G3. Continued public hearing, County Zoning Amendment ZA 2026-2, a petition for a bill to rezone approximately 171.72 acres of real property situated at Kapalawai, Makaweli, Island of Kauai, State of Hawaii, identified by Kauai Tax Map Key 417005001, from the Resort District to the Agricultural and Open Districts, the zoning designations that existed prior to Ordinance Number PM 2001-356 as amended. County of Kauai Planning Department, hearing continued from November 10, 2025. Items under consideration: petition for zoning amendment, declaration of Kaina S. Hull, Exhibits A through X, certificate of service. Respondent Kersner International Management Services Hawaii Inc.'s consolidated statement of opposition to the petition to rezone and to the petition to revoke permits and request for contested case hearing. Exhibits 1 through 23. Declaration of James Rakovich, declaration of Jeffrey Overton, declaration of Max W.J. Graham, certificate of service. Number 3, respondent Robinson Family Partners opposition to petition for zoning amendment. Number 4, transmittal of public testimony to the Planning Commission. Number 5, transmittal of agency comments to the Planning Commission. And at this time, we will call up those who have registered for public testimony.
Just like to say a couple of words concerning the testimony. We'd like for everyone to have an opportunity to testify this morning on this agenda item. And I also don't want to interrupt anybody. You'll be allowed 3 minutes for testimony, but we will give you a 30-minute signal so you guys can close up your testimony. 30-second signal so you can close up your testimony. Also, if you run out of time, we are going to be asking if you'd like to testify one additional time after everyone else has testified.
Thank you, Chair. First, we have Steve Parsons. Please state your name for the record.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Steve Parsons. And I have submitted some written testimony. I'm testifying as an individual today, although I volunteer with a lot of environmental groups, Surfrider and Kauai Climate Action and Kauai Board of Realtors and a national one too. So I am, against Pakala Resort for just, I don't think anybody's keeping up with the science very well here, and got a couple little hashtags here. For reef's sake, no building there. I have submitted some testimony. They're written, and just breezing through that super quick. But I am super proud of our county, our planning department in particular. They are recognized as world leaders in smart planning, and they do look at the science and they try to create win-win. So I thank and commend that department in particular, and then the county in general for supporting these amendment changes. Lots changed since the zoning was originally switched, right? Sea level rise, even since the last hearing, we have a sea level rise disclosure item that's developed by UH, and it was sort of set with stale data at 3.2 feet of sea level. In between our last hearing and this hearing, it's already gone up to 4, but it's not static. So every couple of years that'll be going up. So that the area that we're talking about doing is it's not feasible. And I know there's some EISs out there, but I'm not sure those EISs are keeping up with the latest science. We're bringing in like twice the trash and plastics every year or so on our beaches, more than the state of Washington, and that's just what's hitting our beaches, right? Nobody's seeing what's happening with the coral underneath. And coral, again, worldwide are sort of at a tipping point, and anything that's going to harm them, the development and there's some kind of catastrophic rain event that we have seen here multiple times, that could just completely destroy whatever is hanging out, lingering on the coral reefs there. So we've already had a lot of beach loss too. In fact, there's a report from our government that basically within a year it says 81% of sandy shorelines could be lost by the end of the century, and 40% of that loss occurring within the next 5 years. So we have tremendous erosion going on, and the counter to that is to actually build dunes and
30
plant
seconds.
with native soils. So as I wrap up here, I think I'm certainly not opposed to something Mauka, not Makai, and I would just encourage. I feel like the family's gotten bad advice over time. They've got posturing attorneys here that doesn't feel good. I'd encourage the Robinson family just to fire their attorneys, go have a beer with the mayor, drink some kava, and try to figure out something that could work, some kind of eco resort upcountry that's zero impact. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, Bruce Place. Bruce, are you here? Please state your name for the record. Mr. Place, if you have exhibits, you have to make them available for the public as well. Do you have extra copies?
Just a second, I could not hear you.
If you have exhibits to offer, you have to make them available to the public as well. I'm happy to forego my copy. Do you have extra copies?
I have 15 to you, and I hope this is not my 3 minutes.
No.
I have 15 to you. If there's extras, they'll go out. I have one with me. And they are, just for your information, they are what he was talking about. You can put this on the 3 minutes then. Okay. Bruce Place for the record. First, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission and staff. You guys, anybody that thinks you don't do anything has to read the 5,717 pages that were in the packet. 20 years ago, there were 200. So we'll go from there. Okay, this deals directly with this item. This info is from the October 12th, 2007 annual status report. One, it says the shoreline survey revised was submitted on February 23rd, 2006. And the farther down they go on April 2006, which was actually, I submitted this in May, a certified shoreline was appealed. This says that the shoreline was certified on by April 2006. That is one of the questions we have here. Certified shoreline is good for 1 year. In this time, my appeal put a hold on the 1 year. My appeal by law is only good for 60 days, can be extended to 120. I never received anything from DLNR, DOBAR, anything after I submitted my appeal. So therefore, I assume that was denied. Therefore, this was resolved back then. This should have been before the Planning Commission 18 months after this was done. We are now 18 years later. There is no way these shoreline surveys, my appeal, can even exist. And so there we go. You know, everything should have stopped. And there's no information on it. So as far as I see, it's been 17 years since this should have happened. As for what I put out to you is the latest flood of that area. It shows that at least 80% of the proposed buildings will be in a flood zone. I've been down there since 1970. Used to have to walk
30 seconds.
That used to have to walk in. I have seen water cover almost the entire area. I have seen, walking down, 10, 12 feet of water come over the streams and go in. So, I'll just leave it at that. I will request 3 more minutes later on. But the basic I have presented to you is that it should have been done decades ago.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I can't read your first name. Punoha Kekau Alua, third. Please state your name.
Aloha, Punohu Kekaulua III. My testimony, my name, again, Koniki descendant and Ho'olina heir of these lands. I stand here with the weight of my kupuna behind me. Kapalawai is not a development parcel. It is an ancestral estate, a burial ground, a local ia, kauhale, a place where generations lived, fed their families, and returned to the earth. And let me say this clearly, Kapalawai is not defined by the borders or assumptions of any modern entity. This aina existed long before the state was created, and our kuleana to protect it comes from the mo'oku auhau, from our ancestors, not from political lines on paper. When decisions are made here, you are not just touching land, you are touching the resting places and responsibilities of our people. The permits were issued over 20 years ago under outdated standards, incomplete studies, and without the protections that today's laws demand. And let us be clear, there is no clear metes and bounds, there is no verified chain of title, there is no complete cultural of burial record. Any developer or investor attempting to move forward under these shaky foundations is setting themselves up for failure, legally, financially, and morally. You are entering a place where the aina, the ancestors, and the people will push back. And once EV are disturbed, no corporation, no fund, and no insurance policy can shield you from that consequences. If you proceed without truth, without respect, and without lawful clarity, you will be building on liability, not land. And you will carry the burden long after today. Our Konihiki descendants and families are protectors. We protect the resources, the people, and the generations who are not yet born. Our kuleana is inherited and vested, and we do not walk away from it. So I'm demanding, I'm not suggesting, that this commission revoke the permits, open a contested case hearing, protect Kapalawai, protect the people, and protect the unborn. Do not let your names or your legacy be tied to the irreversible harm to this aina. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gordon Lebeds.
Good morning, Council. Planning Commission, planning staff. My name is Gordon Lebeds. I spoke to you last month about the pollution at Pacala Bay. But for this particular vote, I was thinking about how I remember 20 years ago when the council made the vote to put a kill switch on this zoning. And I wanted to share that with you because many of you weren't here at that time. What the council was thinking was they drove by cocoa palms regularly. Cocoa palms is a problem for you guys because they've got the zoning and they also, there was like a couple thousand vacation units already approved that hadn't been built. And the thinking was, we don't want another cocoa palms, and we've got enough vacation rentals. And that's why I think this is an important vote just as a precedent. It's like, if you're not going to build something, you lose the zoning. That's a good system. So I just wanted to share that little 2 cents. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your testimony.
Nicole McCamey.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nicole McCamey. I'm here to testify on behalf of the surfers and surfing culture. I grew up in surfing culture. Different in different places, but there's a couple of things that are really important. As surfers, we have a deep history of adventure and exploration, finding waves, finding places, word of mouth, going with friends, building community, right? We have a respect and a reverence for our surf spots and the places and the beauty and the nature that's around them. This is very, very important to us. I've traveled many places in the world and have friends that travel to places that have surf resorts. Okay, so with surf resorts, you really taint the surfing culture. The true culture of the history of surfing becomes tainted when people feel entitled to a spot, entitled to just show up and surf the waves. You know, you see people. So what's going to happen when Pakala goes flat? And all those surfers that are there at the surf resort, they're going to load up in their vans, and they're going to be taken, shuttled around to all the other different spots. Large amounts of people just being, here you go. You know, when I grew up, we had to earn our spot in the lineup through skill, through community building, you know, friendships, camaraderie, etiquette. With these surf resorts, you see things like, for example, like in Indonesia, you see people getting pushed in by their coaches that don't even belong out there. You know, you see people with low skills. You know, what if you get a van load of people that come from Pakala and they go to surf Polehale and somebody drowns, right?
30 seconds.
Thank you. I think that's about it. I think it's really important to consider what it would mean to our island. Also, as far as the algorithm, when we have a surf resort on our island, we're going to have people coming openly, being shown all of the places. So that's really important to us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Ken Denton? There are copies available for the public, if anybody's interested. Thank you, Mr. Denton.
Hello, my name's Ken Denton, Kenneth Denton, 49-year resident, family man, surfer, paddler, construction worker. Listening to all the testament from the last couple of meetings, one can really see how much emotion and the West Side community has on the value of this coastline, recreational resource, Pakala surf spot, cultural significance. Sometimes you see an entire family out there, 3 generations. So it's a very special place, and there's not many places like it, not many open, undeveloped beaches anymore. We really need to save this one for the future, for preserve future generations to enjoy. I'm not for development, but we need it in some fashion to keep our economy going here. I'd like to enter into this discussion kind of a win-win idea. If they're going to have to build something somewhere on the west side, There's other and better locations along their coastline that have safer building sites to make a resort, out of risk of flood, tsunami, and higher building costs of building in such areas, and won't have the negative impact that this place will offer the West Side community. Like many people, I do feel the Robinsons deserve to have the right to develop somewhere on their property along their coastline. They've been good guardians of their land. Diversified could help the West Side economy if done right. But this isn't the spot to do it. Too valuable. It's a spiritual and recreational resource. Looking on the map, paddling along the coastline many times, there's several really good other options along their coast. Both sides of Kamakani, especially just east, little valley where the sailboats anchor, is an option. You could build on high ground, close to the ocean, views in all directions. You see all the way to the south shore, to the west side, out to Neathau. And your cost would be protected. You wouldn't be in a tsunami zone. You actually have room for a golf course and other activities, possibly a walking path to Salt Pond. So there are opportunities in this area if we're going to develop. That's the point I want to throw out for people to listen to and save this coastline. Maybe it could be rezoned to a conservation area for cultural significance, recreational, and spiritual, just open space. So that's just my opinion after listening to everybody's testimony of the last two meetings. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Bonnie Bator.
For the record, Bonnie Bator, matriarch of Mauhana, Kiana Keli Ikoa, Kaio Komalie, Kai Nobero. I'm a great grandmother. I don't want to take away my 3 minutes to apologize for you guys that I only have one copy. But moving forward, mahalo, plenty all y'all for supporting the petition for bill to rezone to agriculture and open the 171.72 acres at Kapala. Excellent. The zoning design prior to the ordinance number PM 2001-356 as amended by the County of Kauai Planning Department. Again, mahalo to support the zoning amendment TMK 41-7-005:001 from resort district to ag district and open districts which existed prior to the ordinance number PM-2001-356 as amended by the County Kauai Planning Department. Mahalo for the opportunity to present our mana'o. And last but not least, I see this on your Rakain. Number 2 is like the respondent Kernser International Management Services, Jeffrey Overton, good old G70, who's been the consultant. So there's big bucks in this. And, you know, I speak for our first responders. I don't know about you guys. You don't hear them going 24/7. These, we have enough resorts. Our children are taking their lives. I worked for the DOE for 20 years and went to multiple memorial services for our children taking their lives. There's not enough K-PAL wrestling. I had my granddaughter in that, Keiki Junior Lifeguard. We need something for our children. Enough resorts. Let's focus on our Keiki. They might not be our biological children, but our children need stuff, and we have plenty of resorts. The traffic gridlock, like that tsunami drill in July. There's enough cars on this island to be bumper to bumper from Ha'ena all the way to Polahali. We have enough resorts. We don't need any more. Let's focus on our keiki. Mahalo nui, and I'm going to give you my measly. I hope you guys can read it. It's kind of horrible handwriting. Happy holidays. Loni Makahiki.
Helena Huffman? Thank you. Philip Keat?
Thank you very much for allowing me to testify. I'm Philip Keat. I'm the Vice Chair of Robinson Family Partners. I didn't, knowing I had 3 minutes, I didn't get to finish my testimony last month, and I just wanted to say that in my written testimony, I addressed why this project has taken so long. So if you could read that, it tells you in great detail what's happening. I just want to say again that we are an agricultural company. We're not a resort company, but we do need this resort to keep us, help keep us in agriculture, and to give us some money to preserve the 300 affordable housing units that are in rough condition, that we need to keep those things in good shape for our employees and other people that work for us. So saying that we are an you know that agriculture is a tough business, and I want to say that we just recently lost our largest agricultural tenant. They've moved away. So this resort, if you help us with this will help keep us in agriculture, food security. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Rick Robinson?
Good morning. My name is Rick Robinson, but I am not a member of the Robinson family. I just have the same name. But I just want to clarify that. I got involved with Kaua in 2019. Fortunately, my career has been in leasehold property in Hawaii. Been doing that for 40 years. And I know Phil Keat. Phil Keat said that they had this property at Kaua. It had requests for development on the property, and the Robinson family was committed to keeping it in a leasehold condition. They did not want to sell the property. And so I worked with Phil, and we talked to Hyatt, Miraval, McWhinney, collective retreats. There was tent camping, 6 census. But everybody there that came in with a proposal wanted somebody else to build it, and then they would operate it. So there was not the commitment to fund. I asked in 2001, I asked Phil, can I go out and find you a developer who will also be an operator? And the Robinson family agreed, and I approached Kirshner. Kirshner has a series of hotels throughout the world called One and Only. And they had always wanted to be in Hawaii. They had always wanted to be in the United States and had never done it, never pushed forward with that. I reviewed the general plan, I reviewed your regional plan and the entitlements for the property, and I proposed it to Kirshner. And Kirshner got very excited. They really liked the opportunity of developing on Kauai. They really liked the property. And so they came, they toured the property. When I say they came, not the higher-ups, but the people that do the day-to-day work, and toured, and they were very much impressed. And so they said, but we're going to need a developer. Fortunately, we were able to connect them with Mana Olana, who's done a lot of development here in Hawaii and understands the process. And so they got involved, and we worked together through COVID. It's kind of interesting. We were able to use the Zoom call capabilities to work together with Kirshner from Dubai, where they are, and then London, and then also some people in New York, as well as us. We would have calls and work through this. We created a lease and a development agreement, and then it gives a certain period of time to comply with a development agreement before the lease is issued, although it's signed. And so there was
30 seconds.
Okay, and in looking at this, they wanted to decrease the number of units. They wanted to create a resort that would integrate with the environment, and they were very much impressed with all the activities around the property. So I hope you give it good consideration. It would be a good economic engine for the people in Waimea and help them instead of standing in that long line of traffic every morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Donald Goddard?
morning. Aloha. Thank you for listening to me. I'd just like to say that I'm a transplant. I got here in 1972, and during that time I drove tour bus for 44 years. When I first came here, there was something about Kauai that was familiar to me. And then it finally dawned on me that I grew up in Orange County, California. And if you just transposed all those orange trees and replaced the sugar cane with orange trees, reminded me very much about how I grew up. Small rural community. Believe it or not, that's how Orange County was at one time. So you can see what happens when agriculture goes out and development comes in. We've heard testimony that agriculture is very difficult, and I agree, it probably is. But there's also agrivoltaics. And what I suggest that they might consider is a solar farm. And underneath the solar panels, you can herd sheep and cattle, and it's a good combination of technology and agriculture. During my time here, I've been fortunate to be able to build a home. And so I'm a little bit familiar with building requirements and zoning. And I just couldn't ignore the requirements of my zoning. In other words, if my zoning and my property says I can only build 2 houses, I can't build 3. And then just ignore, maybe they'll forget about it, I don't see how this could be a surprise to the developers of this project. They knew from the get-go that they had 18 months, is it, to complete their project. So, I mean, why do they think they couldn't? They could just keep going and then spend millions of dollars and just ignore this kind of a building requirement. I just don't understand how that could escape their note. So thank you for listening to me. Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony.
Rosalind Cummings.
Aloha, my name is Rosalind Cummings. I'm a ho'oilina ho'aina mo'opuna wahine ma'ole of Makawele Ahupua'a. I appear today under special appearance as a non-consenting party. I'm here to petition this agenda item because of violation number 1, failure to disclose conflict of interest. Under my rights of the Hawaiian Kingdom Law, HRS Section 1-1, Hawaiian Uses, HRS Section 7-1, Native Tenant Rights, HRS Section 172-11, LCA Airship Rights, Article 12, Section 7, 1860 Kingdom Burial Law, Kapa'akai, Pash, and Kalipi Jurisprudence. Violation: commissioners have not disclosed conflicts involving Robinson family partners, developers, or prior SMA zoning approvals that directly affect the Makawele Ahupua'a, known as the area of Kapalawai. The law violated is HRS Section 92, Transparency, Fiduciary Duty under Equity and Kingdom Konohiki Law, bar RPC 1.7, 1.8, 8.4, conflict, dishonesty, and misconduct. I will utilize this meeting with the public, and I'm going to gather the public signatures out there as witnesses to this testimony petition. That this violation not only violates the native tenant objection, the burial evidence introduced, and land title challenges. So I know for a fact that the attorney representative stated that this land was given to the Robinsons or sold to the Robinsons from Victoria Kamamalu. That is not possible. In the Great Mahele of 1848, the land division was Konohiki crown lands, and government lands that all belong to the Hawaiian Kingdom, and the Hawaiian Kingdom is a people. It doesn't belong to the ali'i. The ali'i's kuleana was to oversee, and I know this as a descendant of these people in specific categories. So there's no way that the Robinsons have clear title to this land. And the only reason why I state this on the record is because I want to make the record known. Hopefully this is transcribed. I also want to bring in the fact that it was told to me and shared with me through my family, who's no longer in the area. The Robinsons in the year, they have removed burials because the burials along the shoreline were bones that turned into one. Those sands was used to make the paint for the construction of the houses and the reconstruction of the houses, or what's called remodeling. So there's no way that a family that's been here for about 100 years can say that they have a kuleana to stewardship. That means they have no respect to our ancestral burials. And if you have no respect to our ancestral burials, that means you have no respect towards us. Now, the county has an obligation to us as Kanaka to protect the burials. And in the past years, I've noticed the county's ignorance towards the protection of our burials. And it's written in the law of 1860, the law of sepulture. And if you want to bring in God's law, let's talk about this. In the Bible of the foreigners, there's Genesis. For us, we have the Kumulipo. It didn't say anything in there that says you take ownership. It said dominion. Please look that up in law. What I'm here to protect is the Vaivai natural resources that surround this. And please look at my testimony because I explained everything in there. Mahalo for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, there's no one else signed up. Is there anybody else who would like to speak right now? Public testimony. Please, sir. Thank you. Please state your name.
My name is Dr. Carl Berg, Senior Scientist of the Surfrider Foundation Kauai chapter. I have submitted testimony in advance. I would just like to point out that the Surfrider mission here is the protection and enjoyment of the ocean, the waves, and the beaches. Looking at this area as a scientist, we find that this coastline is not sustainable for any kind of development because it is so permeable, so that any kind of development in there, the wastewater, runoff, fertilizer, pesticides, would percolate directly down into the sand and into the water and go out on the reefs and kill the reefs. We think here that this development is not protected by future development from the EIS that was filed 20 years ago. Legally, something that old cannot be used again to justify the development. So before any other kind of development is proposed besides the agriculture, I think a EIS must be produced to show, in light of the new knowledge of climate change, infrastructure problems, and especially wastewater problems, that this is not a suitable place for any sort of development. Thank you for the ability to testify, and you do have my written testimony.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Before we open it up for an additional 3 minutes, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
For the record, my name is Randy Uehara, and 40 years ago, over 40 years ago, I started working for the Ann Robinson Plantation. I worked in the ranch. I retired when my wife became ill, and I still am a member of the Kauai County Farm Bureau. Because of the Kauai County Farm Bureau, I had to volunteer and serve on the Public Access Open Space Commission from 2007 to 2009. I served with him when he was a, I guess, assistant. But we had issues where companies or landowners would try to take away access. And in this case, access has been granted, but will be improved with, I'm told, parking area, showers, and a public restroom. So I've been surfing Pakala for 50 years. I was able to raise my family working for the plantation and the ranch. And I've learned some things. I was called many times in the middle of the night to go help put back cattle that got out of the pastures because the gates fell down or someone had pushed the fence down because they wanted to go surf. And I remember my brother telling me when he was young, they had to walk from Waimea River on the sand to go surf Pakala. I remember having to dig holes, make a gate so surfers could walk through and go to Pakala. And I wasn't too happy about that, but at the time, I guess they felt it was better to just have people using one path instead of trespassing all over
30 seconds.
The different areas. I think we need some kind of business on the west side. We only have less than 1% of all visitor accommodations on the west side. Businesses in Waimea and Hanapepe need the additional support. Our schools and our hospitals are now improved and able to handle more people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, you'd like to open it up for a second 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. If you'd like another opportunity to speak for an additional 3 minutes, somebody wants to speak for the first time? Please, thank you.
My name's Teddy Rentrope. I've lived on the west side for over 40 years. I submitted a letter in November with my views. I recognize that the Robinson family needs income to sustain their agriculture business. However, it's my belief that some of what's proposed for development be remain in agriculture. That if Robinson wants to develop west of Kukui Stream, my opinion, they should be allowed to do that. The area between Aokui and Mahakona Stream, which is that one lowland, really lowland area, they should leave it undeveloped, put it in agriculture conservation. Have you ever walked down the trail and looked west? It is spectacular. You could be somewhere else in the world and not recognize that you're on Kauai. It's one of the last long beaches that is left on the west side besides the desolate of, Kekaha to Polahali. So those are my opinions, that area between Kukui and Mahakona be left as is. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, do we have anyone in the audience that would like to testify for the first time? Please approach the mic, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, name is Ko Young. It's here last time. I don't know if that's still on the record, but it should be. I just want to add that everything's crowded, and it's crowded with tourists. We don't need more tourism. Even the west side has a ton of tourists. You see a bunch of businesses that use tourists as their primary source of income. So we have a lot of tourism already, and another hotel isn't the answer. It's not going to make things better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, anyone would like to testify for the first time? Please approach the mic. You have 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none, if there's anybody in the audience would like an additional 3 minutes, please, I believe Gentleman in back.
Bruce Place, for the record. This will deal with the SMA use permit, SMAU 2002-6. They have, from what I understand and what I've read, they have a 2-year time period. And it expired, this one, in 2004. The SMA extension request was made after the fact, 1 year after it was over, and it was for 1 year. It was made after the fact, so they already had gone over. The SMA was void, and they had got an extension. They were late in coming. I think it was 18 months they were late in coming, and they got an extension out to 2008. And that was it. That's as far as it got. And also, has there been annual reports to the Land Use Commission, State Planning Office, and the County of Kauai Planning Department since 2007? Those are mandated by both by the LUC and the Planning Department. If you haven't received those, then to me that means they gave up on this. And also, too, you talk about the economy. They say that the resort failed a few times because the economy and tourism went down. Guess where we're at again? Look at the numbers going down. Why are we thinking of building anything right now? And Robinsons, I agree. They could use a third leg on their stool, but this is not the place to build it. They said 2000 general plan. I participated in that. If anybody was there, you can look at the record. I was one of the main participants, and the public was there. This and Waimea Plantation cottages were inserted as resort areas. We tried to get them out. Couldn't. They were inserted. They stayed there. The EIS, 20 years ago, of course it needs to be redone. It's not good after 20 years. But it stated 3 million gallons of fresh water went into the bay. And look at the reef configuration. The reef comes in, Pakala, Po'o. It comes in. There's no reef in there. How does that happen? Look at anywhere where the fresh water goes out. That was a freshwater stream there. There's no coral out there. A quarter, half mile out there's some coral. But that was fresh water. If an event happens, such as Hanalei, the event in Hanalei, Haiena, 49 inches of rain. You get 40 inches, 20 inches of rain at Kekapua, there'll be nothing left. That road will be gone. It will be gone. What I gave you was
30 seconds.
What I gave you was the latest state of Hawaii. It shows where the flood zones are and everything. Economic. Kikikiola Harbor. Remember I said last time there were cars going to the east? That's where they're going. That is an economic driver. That helps Waimea. I have testified and have pushed for 40 years. If Waimea wants to exist and have viable tourism, which we have tons of people, looks like Hanalei in the 80s, they need parking.
3 minutes, sir.
Imagine I'll take just 1 second. Imagine a shopping center with only one lane and 2 places to park around it. Doesn't work. Waimea doesn't work until it has parking.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone here that's already testified that would like an additional 3 minutes? Okay, please approach the mic.
I would like to thank Bruce. He's a good friend of mine, as are several of the other surfers here. We do need more business in Waimea. Community members have worked hard to improve the hospital.
Sorry, real quick, please restate your name.
Oh, Randy Uehara back again. So I live in Waimea, and I've watched community members work hard for the hospital. We now have equipment and doctors that take care of the people as well as any other hospital in the state. We have good schools. We don't have too many local residents. A lot of people moved out after the plantation closed. We need opportunities for work. I'm not saying we all are going to get a job at the resort, but it would provide additional sources of income for some of the businesses and associated, I guess, industries that come with the development of a resort. It's a small resort. It's single-story cottages. It's not 4 stories. It's not 6 stories. It's not a huge resort like a beach resort on the east side. I've been through all those buildings. I've seen what needs to be preserved. I've pulled cows out of the pond that they're talking about restoring, the fish pond. And I was told there used to be ulua and stuff in there. That would provide an opportunity for maybe the first aquaculture venture by this family. There's many other reasons why I feel that this permit should be extended, because the details of the development can be worked out later. But to deny the company the opportunity to get started would be a mistake for the West Side community. I would like my granddaughter to be able to live and work on the West Side. My kids, my daughter's going to move back from the mainland. She had to move because of her work, and my son recently had to close a company, agricultural company, because I guess it just wasn't feasible anymore in Keikaha. And the community is going to be building more sports facilities or improvements to our fields, and we're going to have tournaments, and families need places to stay. I never thought I'd go and stay at the cottages, but every graduation and holiday season, it's hard to get a room there. So we do need more accommodations on the west side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as a quick reminder to the audience, this agenda item, we're talking about the zoning amendment. You will have additional time to discuss the revocation of the permits for testimony. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like an additional 3 minutes? Okay, please state your name for the record.
Where else? One of the Robinson family members was speaking earlier about, it's going to be a small thing, but here on the number K, which is further down, it says it's going to have a 250-unit resort with restaurants, pavilion, luau grounds, museum, bar, swimming pool, spa, sports courts, clubhouse activities areas, and public amenities. That doesn't sound like a small little, tiny little coral reef. They used to be a local family. I totally support Rosalind Cummings, all the Kanaka Maoli, the burials, the desecration, sacrilegious of the Iwi Kupunas turning into one, into sand to paint their little houses. Ag, we need it for consumption locally, and there are a lot of restaurants. I don't really think there's too many local businesses that own these businesses. Everybody's crying about, 2015 life was still good around here, but then the onslaught of the tourism, way too much overkill. Someone mentioned Kikiola Harbor. My granddaughter, who I was her guardian from 3, and she's now 18, going to Oregon State. Anyways, Kawaikini graduate. Well, actually, she went there for 5 years, and then Kamehameha grade 11 and 12. But anyways, with Kawaikini New Sensory Public Charter School, they went on many stream assessments and all that good stuff, and they went out of Kealoha Harbor to Nuololo and stuff. I mean, I remember that harbor was a tiny little place. There was like so much industry of the, whatever they call it, those boats, tour boats. It's like 3-ring circus. The poor little kids, the local kids, they weren't little, but the teenagers, they were pushed aside by the elitist tourists and the boat companies or the industries. It ain't local people, like Rada said over here. It ain't the guys that have been here for generations working in the cane before cane went down, or pineapple. It's all these newcomers that have these businesses. We need local businesses. Maybe we should support county council to get more grants for local people to have businesses. Cause it isn't the local
30 seconds.
people's industries that need help. It's the elitists that have moved here. Mahalo nui, kalamaya. Oh, I didn't mean to. You guys are doing good. This is a great agenda item. Revoke that permit. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else would like an additional 3 minutes? Please approach the mic, state your name.
My name again, Rick Robinson, and I just wanted to clarify one thing, Mr. I don't know, police or whatever, talked about the submission of the reports to the State Land Use Commission on an annual basis. And those have been produced to the State Land Use Commission. All copies of it go to the Office of State Planning, as well as Corp Counsel for the County of Kauai and the Planning Department as well. It details all the activity that's been taken in relation to the zoning and entitlements that are on the property. And those have been submitted on an annual basis, and they are available, like I say, at the Office of State Planning, State Land Use Commission, County of Kauai Planning Department, and then also the Corp Counsel's office. And every time we had people that were interested, those are detailed in their discussions that are being had with those folks as we went forward. So I just wanted to clarify that point. And also, somebody said 250 rooms. It's actually 136 units that are being proposed in the current configuration. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, anyone else would like an additional 3 minutes for testimony? Okay, please approach the mic, state your name once again. You'll have 3 minutes.
Teddy Rentrop again. So between the two streams, Kukui and Maha Ilona, there's only, on the map I saw, 16 units in that area. If you go west of there, that's the bulk of the 70 plus units or whatever, from what I counted on the map. I agree with Surfrider. EIS has to be done in the area, whether it goes back to agriculture or not. Okay, I've surfed Pacala Reef over the number of years, and this year I've noticed that live coral is starting to grow back on the reef. Maybe that's because of the drought we're going through, or because of the lack of agriculture. I don't know the reason for that, but EIS should be done for that whole area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Once again, anybody else would like an additional 3 minutes for testimony? Okay, anyone outside would like additional 3 minutes? Okay, seeing none, before we move into the next part of this agenda, I'd like to take a quick 10-minute recess. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call the commission meeting back to order.
Excuse me, we're ready to begin. Gavel again.
Yeah, I did. Okay, commission meeting is back to order. At this time, I'd like to invite the party up, as we have the department up already.
So council can approach, in other words, please. Council for parties, please. Whoever's going to speak today, thank you.
Aloha, Chair.
I think that Chair would like to say something
I'd like to
first,
make a
Mr.
statement
Louis,
real
so
quick.
just take direction from the Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we received and reviewed all petitions and oppositions. When we last met, we heard public testimony and arguments from the attorneys. The matter was deferred to today. We'd like to now take final statements from council before we move to action. Okay.
Hear from the department first.
Okay.
No, I don't recommend. That's okay. I think it'll be short.
Okay, department, please proceed.
Good morning, Commission. Good morning, Chair. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe on behalf of the Planning Department. Relating to agenda item G3, the request for a contested case hearing that was previously made by council on November 10th, 2025, for I believe both council, regarding the consideration of the petition for zoning amendment under the currently approved permits and conditions. Planning Department's position is that the petition for zoning amendment contains sufficient evidence through the described chronology of events, as well as all the attached exhibits to support granting of the petition. However, I have reviewed, and with my client, the department has reviewed in full the opposition and all the exhibits that were submitted by both counsel from both parties regarding both the petition for zoning amendment and the petition for revocation, without addressing or conceding the merits of any arguments and assertions contained in the multiple memorandum in opposition submitted by the council. For purposes of due process, the Planning Department is recommending the Planning Commission grant council's previous request for a contested case hearing and refer this matter out for that contested case hearing. It's the Planning Department's position, additionally, that any new proposals to be made on the plans or proposed modifications to the plans by the developer not be allowed to be presented or considered at this contested case hearing. The contested case hearing should only address the petition for zoning amendments based on the currently approved permits and permit conditions. The reason for that position is that any new modification request to the current permits would necessitate a new and a separate public notice and public testimony before the Planning Commission for any modification to any permit, to the SMA or a new SMA permit, which would then possibly open the matter up for petition intervention and further contested case hearing. So with that, that's the recommendation of the Planning Department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. My name is David. Thank you. My name is David Louie. I represent Kersner International Management. Good morning. I'm David Abbott-Baugh. I represent the Robinson Family Partnership. So on behalf of Kersner, let me note and appreciate Mr. Donahoe, Council's statement about this. We did request a contested case hearing in our pleadings and the filings that we have. And as far as a final statement, we'll just stand on everything that we have already submitted as far as written testimony. We believe in the merits of what we have presented. I also testified at the last hearing. I won't bore you folks with that. We acknowledge what council has said and believe that a contested case hearing is appropriate. We, of course, reserve all of our rights on behalf of Kersner and as set forth in the filings of this matter. We look forward to further proceedings in front of this body with regard to the matters that we have raised in our filings. I understand that a future zoning amendment or a future revision to the plans is not before you now. It's part of our papers, but that's not part of your consideration now, and I understand that, but we look forward to coming back to discuss all of those matters with you, as was noted by Mr. Overton in the hearing last month. This is an exceptionally good project for the West Side, for the Robinson family, and for Kauai. And so we'll await a referral to a contested case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Hearing,
Chair.
The other attorney would like to speak.
oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, nothing much to add, other than on behalf of the Robinson family, we're in agreement with what Mr. Louis just said, and likewise, we just reserve all our rights, and without waiving any objections that we might have, we do agree and acknowledge with Mr. Donahoe's recommendation to refer this to a hearings officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Hearing from both councils, I'd like to open up any further discussion. And I believe what we have before us is the position on both parties to send this to a contested case hearing. But at this point, if you'd like to have any discussion, or if you'd like to go into executive session, that's all on some of our options at the moment.
Mr. Chair, I think at this point, hearing the position of two parties that we have, knowing the complexity of all of this, and without getting into the nitty-gritty of what this case is all about here, I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So with that, regarding the county zoning amendment ZA-2026-2, I move to refer the matter to county boards and commission for assignment to a hearings officer to commence an evidentiary contested case.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion has been made and seconded to refer this agenda item to boards and commissions for a contested case. Any discussion before we go to a roll call vote? Okay, seeing none, could we get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
Commissioner Strayford?
Aye.
Chair DeGracia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Referral to boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item. K1, petition to revoke Special Management Area SMA Use Permit SMAU 2002-6, Project Development Use Permit PDU 2002-15, and Class 4 Zoning Permit Z4 2002-20 to develop a 250-unit resort with restaurants, pavilion, luau grounds, museum, bar, swimming pool, spa, sport courts, clubhouse, activity area, and public amenities at Kauai Tax Map Key 417005-001, Kapalawai, Makaweli, Island of Kauai, State of Hawaii, deferred from November 10, 2025. Petition for the revocation of the permits as mentioned, declaration of Kaina S. Hull, Exhibits 1 through 21, Certificate of Service. Respondent Kersner International Management Services Consolidated Statement of Opposition. Respondent Robinson Family Partners Opposition to Petition for Revocation. Transmittal of public testimony. Transmittal of agency comments. Is there anybody who would like to testify? I do have some signed up. I'm going to start with Koa Young. Koa Young. Please be reminded when you testify you have 3 minutes. If you would like to speak for an additional 3 minutes, the chair can consider that. State your name for the record, and be reminded that we are talking about the petition for revocation of permits, not the zoning amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, first I'll wait.
Aha, Koa Young. This is for the permit, right? Tourism is not the answer. We don't need more hotels. Sorry, it's not really helping things anywhere where you do see tourism. Prices go up, and everything gets crowded. There's a bunch of other issues like, environmental, cultural, and so forth, but It's already been stated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Nicole McCamey, and please be reminded that we are not taking duplicative testimony. If you have something to add to your prior testimony, please do so. Nicole McCamey? McCamey, thank you.
Hello. Thanks again, Nicole McCamey, for the record. I just wanted to come up and testify again, piggybacking on my previous testimony that so far in Kauai, we do not have any surf resorts, right? We haven't opened that door like it's been opened in so many third world countries. And you know, you see a lot of problems with these things. Groups of people coming in, partying, drugs, alcohol, prostitution, all those kind of things that come along with certain groups of surfers from certain places that come, right? So it's just an important thing to consider. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Steve Parsons.
Aloha, Steve Parsons. Just super briefly on resorts and construction. I think one of the representatives for the construction company last time said we have a light touch, and I can't overestimate how delicate like our ecosystem is and how many levels of tipping points. There's like 15 massive ones out there, and we've reached at least one, if not two. So we're very. It's a different world than it was just 20 years ago. Because we just haven't taken care of things. So any kind of resort, you talk about light touch, it would, any construction, even the solar farm, I think Malka side of the highway, like I hope they're doing like 100% like electric vehicles, because that smog goes right into the ocean. Same thing with any kind of eco resort. There's the water piece of it, but just the runoff and everything else. It's like killing the golden goose, right, that laid the golden egg, right? If we kill our reefs or we kill our natural resources, like that's one of the many things that keep Kauai special. So I don't think they have an idea about what light construction and zero and maybe no gasoline vehicles. And I think there is opportunity with that too, with like leasehold properties, affordable housing, biodiesel, and electrifying their own operations currently and save half of what they're on whatnot. Again, commending the Planning Commission, they've switched their fleet to all electric vehicles, and I think we're saving like $2,000 a year per vehicle over time. So just some quick and dirty thoughts on that. I know, and I'll land it and say thank you all so much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Bruce, please. Testifying on the petition for revocation.
Yes, petition for revocation,
State your
testifying
name.
on it. Bruce Place. First, I request to be included in the contested case hearing. There is probably very few people that have gone through this entire process from day one. I attended LUC meetings, most of them, if not all. I have submitted testimony to Planning Commission, County Council. I have met with the developers before, and I hope I can meet with the developers this time, because I believe this is a super historic and place. In the last 138 years, you have a house there that has been maintained to a point because it is private. You open this up to public, it will be destroyed. On what they show, it's we won't go into that. This is not the area for it. I don't think it would reach special management area qualifications now. I mean, with what I've seen of what you have to go through to the Planning Commission, to go through the Planning Department. I mean, if you build a house in the mountains, you have to click the boxes for a shoreline certifications that you're outside of that area. And right now, last month, we lost 1 foot, this much, of where I paddle out to go surfing, of grass. This summer, we have lost this much. There are trees 20 years ago that were 10 feet back from the ocean. They are now in the ocean. That's just some examples of what's going on here. I think there are better places. Hopefully the developer will go talk to the family, and the family will be open to it. If they want to build a resort, let's build it where it's safe. Build it where in 70 years, what I gave you, in 70 years the place is underwater on any event. And that I gave you, you're supposed to, they estimate you go 70 years, 400 or 200 feet past the 70-year line. 200 feet, that's across the road. The Kanaka Maoli influence in that area, it is spiritual. It is beyond anything
30 seconds.
you have seen. I hope you listened to what I let you last time. Listen to this while you read. This is from a wine mill.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Place, are you making a motion to intervene?
Excuse me?
I believe that you made a motion to intervene. You said that you want to be admitted into the contested case, correct?
I would like to be.
Okay, please don't go anywhere because the commission is going to have to talk to you.
I'm here. I haven't left
Let's
for
go through the public
25
testimony.
years.
Let's go through the public testimony first, and then we'll
Yes.
review this.
Thank you very
didn't submit a
much.
written petition, but on the other hand, you didn't know how the commission was going to vote, so you just learned of the contested case, essentially. So if you could just stay.
I'm here.
Thank you. Randy Uehara.
Hi, Randy Uehara back again. And there's a few things I probably forgot to mention. The Robinson family has 2 hydro plants, not 1 but 2. They reuse the water from the first one, and they help provide electricity to the county of Kauai. They maintain their own well. I've been to the bottom of that well to help fix the pump 800 feet down. They also have hundreds of homes that are being used by local people from Wainiha to Waimea. All of that costs money. They have to maintain their own sewage treatment plant. And I've had to work there too. It was a learning experience. What it takes to provide the community with that much housing and infrastructure is very expensive. Also, the developers would like to provide, again, access, parking off the highway, and showers and restrooms for the public. I see parents surfing with their kids on their back, and mothers and babies that walk down the trail, and they like to hang out on that beach. Right now, Salt Pond on any given summer day, it's hard to find parking because there's so many people on that one stretch of beach. This would help to open up some of the area. The other lifeguarded beach on the west end now has showers, and but it does not have toilets. So it has only porta potties. I don't know why so many of my
30
friends
seconds.
are against this development, but I'm a surfer, and I had to realize that I'm actually not what I think I am, because I'm for the environment, yet I use a surfboard with fiberglass and non-biodegradable materials. Everything I use, wetsuits, nylons,
3
shorts,
minutes, sir.
is all non-biodegradable. And when I get in my car and turn on the ignition to go drive to the surf spot, sometimes, well, not anymore. I don't drive across the island.
Sir, you're
But,
at 3 minutes, 20 seconds. If you'd like another 3 minutes, we can think about that.
okay, but I just want to say that burning gas to go surf is not good for the environment. Every time all these guys go and surf Bacala, they're just burning more gas. So, thank you.
Gordon Levets.
Commissioners, staff, thanks. I just want to add two things that haven't been said. One is a reminder that the last meeting, the endangered Hawaiian bat lives in that forest. That's a big environmental issue. That's going to be a big problem for the Robinson Sinclair. You don't see many of those little guys. They're little teeny bats like this. The other thing I wanted to just say is dispel some of the nonsense about what a great thing this would be for the West Side economy. I'm friends with the restaurant owners in Waimea. They can't get workers. My daughter-in-law has a restaurant there. She can't get workers. I mean, restaurants are closing because a lot of it is the whole illegal alien deportation, blah, blah, blah thing, but a lot of it is, these are not good jobs. It's not going to be a boon to the West Side economy. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Dr. Carlberg.
He's left.
Thank you. Ken Denton. Bonnie Bator.
Aloha. Happy holidays. Bonnie Bator, Kai Kokamalie, Kiana Aina, Kai Kokamalie, Katie Ikoa, Kai, and nobody else. We support and mahalo the Planning Commission petition to revoke the SMA use permit, SMAU-2022-6 and Project Development Use Permit, PDU 2002-15 and Class 5 Zoning Permit Z-5 2002-20 to develop a 250-unit resort and associated resort three-ring circus. It's not ma'a to the astounding natural beauty created by Akua. Enough is enough. Someone mentioned the shortage of workers. Wherever you go, even if you're on the phone, there's no workers nowhere. It's even before the ice thing. So the whole thing about, we need jobs, that's not true. Wildfires, devastation. We've had our poor firefighters. We have that problem here. There's not enough water. I don't know about if you folks took notice, but we lost our trade winds here in Kauai about 20 years ago. We get winds from the southeast, and corner winds, and it doesn't bring the rain. We have a lack of water here. Someone mentioned about hospital. Well, we don't have enough hospitals, especially like, you know, even when I went to see my ophthalmologist for my post cataract surgery, whatever. The poor ophthalmologist was like so strained because they have to take every single tourist referral that goes to the ER or the urgent care. So our healthcare providers are overwhelmed and overworked. Agriculture, an idea for the Robinsons. They could go do a fact-finding field trip to Kaua High School behind there, between Easter Seals. There's like 5 acres, and one of the teachers there with the students made 5 acres of a Garden of Eden. There's everything there: achote, jackfruit, ulu, kalo. I don't know if anyone's heard about jackfruit, but you know, I know it tastes like banana bubble gum if you eat it ripe, but when it's green, it's a huge product in all the health food stores. Even in
30 seconds.
Heinz, they have jackfruit that's frozen, canned, packaged. It's cottage industries. Kintaros, that housing there that was for the people, that was just like for 15 years. So if they're doing any kind of thing like that, it shouldn't expire. Like those people that got kicked out of that low-income housing, or the housing for certain partials of it was aside for Section 8 or something. Boys and Girls Club, oh yes.
3 minutes.
Finally got a toilet after 2 years.
3 minutes.
The Boys and Girls Club behind Kaua High. Our kids have Jack. So thanks for really putting the brakes on this. We have too much traffic and too much elitists that go, wait,
We'll give you an additional
one more
3
second. KPD could make lots of money for the county if they enforce the speed limit, man. I mean, it's dangerous out
Thank
there.
you, Ms.
Take
Latour.
care. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony.
Rosalind Cummings. Ms. Cummings, we've received your petition to intervene.
Yes.
In the department's petition for revocation.
Yes.
So now you're being invited up to give public testimony.
Yes.
If you want to speak on your intervention.
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are withdrawing your petition for intervention?
No, I'm not going to speak on that. I just want this for the public. But my intervention, I'm going to ask for be part of the contested case.
Okay. Then you'll have to stay afterwards so
Yep,
that the
that's fine.
commission can ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah.
So now you have 3 minutes of public testimony only, but not with regard to the grounds of your petition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm here because my name is Rosalind Cummings, and I just want to bring in what the public is bringing in so that future generations, when they read this, I want to give them a map. My titu man, William Nuiola Waikaka Kualu, was an actual surveyor for the Robinsons. So he would survey, and I believe they actually have his map. And that map talks about all the traditional names of the villages, of the vai, the picos, the po'os. So someone brought up the trails. So there is what we call o'oyo. There is it's not necessarily just night marchers. The Amako travel on it. My grandma guys grew up in Pakala Village. They talk about it. So my grandma never liked that road, the four-way fork, yeah. Because in between where Pakalawai is, specifically where that point is, all the way down towards where the road is, when the cars come through and the path happens, they open them up. That's why I always get accidents in that area. So that's something that comes from generations. This is not when the families are right at 1850. I mean, I would never go to any other nation and tell them what their practices is. My tutu man were not only Lavaita, they're also people who navigated the mountains. So but our family and the families from those areas originate and know that Makawele is so sacred that that's considered Kane waters. And the Robinsons are very aware of it because they took our knowledge and they'd wing them, because that water is how people live till past 100 years old. And so I'm glad somebody brought up the hydros. In federal law, it's called the Clean Water Act. I don't understand how you get federal, state, and county, and they cannot even uphold on federal law. But in the Clean Water Act, there's one thing that talks about it, is United States navigable waters. Prove to me how that is United States navigable waters, number one. Number two, how is it that the county is not putting public safety first? So my thing is an objection to this commission chair placing this body on that jurisdictional notice regarding the expired operation of law environmental cultural data over 23 years old, cannot form a valid basis for any present-day decisions. Once a permit expires or becomes unsupported by current evidence, this commission loses subject matter jurisdiction over the application. This black letter law under HRS 205A SMA law, HRS 343 environmental review, Hawaii Supreme Court Waiahole Ditch, the agency may not rely on state, outdated, or incomplete evidence to make a decision. Equity maxims still claims are void, and fraud vitiates everything. Now going back to your guys' bathrooms, and I'm glad Salt Pond was mentioned. You know,
30 seconds.
Salt Pond leaks when it's overused, so just like anything down in Koloa. I like how you guys all support Koloa because I'm very strong in the protection of Koloa. The whole entire ecosystem is ruined because of development. Whether you put into, that's the same dream the Canutsons had that the Robinsons get today. Regardless of what they say, but when you do 2 hydros, that you gotta take everybody's cell phone away because you're doing something porno, that makes you question what you guys doing. It's definitely illegal. But when you take water and you divert it, you better make sure that water goes back into its natural path. And I can guarantee you it's not. And when somebody mentioned the koa, I gotta tell you why that reef had come back. It's because they need the temperature water. The water gotta be cold or a certain temperature. So
3
this
minutes.
is all Kanaka values, our vai vai mahalo.
She knows to stay. So that's it for registered testifiers.
Okay.
If you want to open it up to the floor.
Okay, is there any members of the public that wishes to have an additional 3 minutes for testimony? Okay.
Ms. Bator, you can give it to our assistant, to our clerk. Thank you so much.
Okay, I believe in the back, Mr. Please. Okay, please state your name once again, and you have 3 minutes of additional testimony.
Wow, Bruce Place for the record. I figured out the microphones. Jobs. Will this provide a income so that my son can buy $1 million house? I don't think so. Water. It's following the forecast line, 360 inches, Mount Waialeale, 25 years ago. We're down to under 300 now. It's forecast to be down to 180 within 10 to 15 years. There is no water resources. The real water resources are going to go away. Also, if you do not revoke this, allow this to be built, a tsunami comes through, these $1,000 minimum a night units, which somebody coming to the Waimea ballpark to go play baseball is going to stay there for 3 days. Who's going to be sued? A tsunami comes. I live in the same zone. AE, flood, tsunami inundation, evacuation, and hurricane zone. I've lived there for 45 years. I've seen what's happened. I've had to leave. What happens when you're paying $1,000 a night and all of a sudden a tsunami goes, you all have to get up and leave, nothing happens. You come back, somebody's going to get up. Who's going to be sued? The developer, landowner, the planning commission, the county? These people that come there, they're talking $1,000 a day, $3,000. Who's going to get sued? There's a possibility of that. This place, if you've walked down there and felt what it is, before the Robinsons were there, when Captain Cook came in, there were some reports up to 30,000 people lived in this area. This was a royal fish pond. This was not a little hamlet there. This was a giant city. There were more people on Kauai when Captain Cook came than we have here now. When the second boat came in after Captain Cook, guess what? 70% of them are gone. So therefore, oh, it's deserted. Let's take this over. Back to the fish pond. With the testimony from Dr. Kikuchi at the Planning Commission that the Keikapua fish pond is indeed a royal fish pond in the words kapu to development, and uses other than a fish pond, with the fact that a heiau burial site and associated habitation layers have been found at Kapolowai, this should be enough to begin to raise doubts as to the land use of Kapolowai as a resort. I would suggest that this be rezoned open, special treatment, conservation, archaeological, historical. This it will provide more of a base for money on the west side and employment as a historical place for people to go, privately, not publicly.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, Mr. Place, if you would like to stay so that we can discuss your motion
Oh, right now or later?
later.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other testimony?
Okay, any other members of the public who are already testified, additional 3 minutes?
Yep.
Please state your name, you'll have an additional 3 minutes of testimony.
Aloha, Commissioners, Chair, and legal representatives. My name is Roslyn Cummings, and again, I'm a descendant of not just William Kualu, but our Namu Ohana. My children still ride horse throughout the mountains, not in Makuele because everything's privatized, but I want to bring this up. This is a cultural aspect. This entirety of Makuele is our ancestral estate. It's an ancestral estate in law because we are mo'opuna of them and we inherit their practices, and it's written in state law, HRS, Section 1-1, 172-11, 172-12, 7-1. All of our access rights is in 7-1. But I want to remind everybody, Kanaka means the people. And what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing from the support and the opposing parties, we cannot put the benefit of 1% above the 99%. We got to have one balance. That's where equity comes in. So I'm going to bring in equity because equity means pono and pono means balance. So ultimately, when you look at it, right, this whole entire area has cultural layers. The cultural aspect got to be protected because if it's not, and you protect the hale, the house is a historical property, over the historical property that existed way more years and years and generations prior to that hale, that's prejudice, that's being biased. You already get what's called unjust enrichment. So I'm here to make sure that the members of the public understand your rights and understand what enrichment means when any government agencies and its agents put public safety below corporations and developers and investors and the dream of a resort. That's unjust enrichment. Crimes of omission is when they're not even given an option. So in the contested case, there has to be an option. So for me, I just want to make sure that everybody know everybody has a balance and an equal right. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Anybody else? Okay, at this time, we'd like to invite up counsel for the parties again on the petition for revocation. If you'd like to state your positions, starting with the department.
Thank you, Commission. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe for the department again. Similar to agenda item G3, this request for the contested case came in, was previously made on November 10th, 2025, on the petition for revocation as it relates to revocation of the current permits and failure to perform under the currently approved permits and conditions. Planning Department's position is that the petition for revocation on its face contains sufficient evidence through the described chronology of events and attached exhibits to warrant granting of the petition. However, without addressing or conceding to the merits of counsel's or both counsel's objections and memorandum in opposition to the petition for revocation, for purposes of due process, the Planning Department is recommending that the Commission set this matter out for a separate contested case hearing. It referred this matter out to boards and commissions for a contested case hearing. Again, just to clarify, any new proposals to be made on the plans or proposed modifications to the plans by the developer should not be allowed to be presented or considered at this contested case hearing regarding revocations of the currently approved permits and whether or not there was failure to perform under those specific permits and the conditions of those specific permits. And the reason is that any modification request would require new public notice, a new public hearing, and potentially petitions to intervene and a further contested case hearing. So with that, the recommendation is that the Commission grant the request, the previous request by Council to refer this matter out to boards and commission for a contested case hearing on the revocation of permits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Department. I'd like to hear from the applicant's counsel.
Aloha, Chair David Louie on behalf of Kersner International Management. First off, let me just thank the members of the Planning Commission and yourself for all of the time that you've taken on these matters. They're very important matters. We did request, in our joint filing, we made a request for a contested case hearing, and we believe it is appropriate that the county council has recommended that occur, and therefore that contested case hearing occur. We want to make sure that we are clear on the record. We are reserving all of our rights and objections, as are stated in our previous filings. As far as the merits of the matter, I'm not going to argue that here. I testified last month, and it's part of the record, and our filings are all part of the record as far as our position on the merits of this matter. But we acknowledge a contested case hearing, and we'll be happy to proceed forward with that. We also, as I mentioned before, while I understand the issue of a amended zoning ordinance and a new project, which is a smaller project, is not before you in this proceeding, we look forward to coming back to the Planning Commission in the future to discuss those matters, as well as all of the issues that are here, because we believe that the project as being proposed is a very exceptional project that is good for the West Side, good for the Robinson family, good for the island of Kauai. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David Abitbol for Robinson Family Partners. Again, I would just like to state our agreement with Mr. Louis' position and Kersner's position. We acknowledge that a contested case is appropriate at this time, and we do so without waiving any of our objections and reserving all our rights. And that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Before the commission makes a decision, I would like to poll you to see if you're inclined to grant a contested case. If you'd like to speak, to say whether you are inclined, before you vote on that matter, you'll have to entertain the intervention to see if the interveners are coming with the parties into the contested case. So if you are not inclined to grant a contested case, then you can move on to a different decision, which would be to deny the petition. If you are inclined to accept the petition and send it out for a contested case, if you could let me know your feeling on that by making a comment on the record, at which time we'll take argument from the interveners on their standing, and council will have an opportunity to argue against that or concede or whatever it is they want to do.
I would be inclined to move towards a contested case, this revocation of the permit.
Does it seem that this is the direction that the commission is heading in? Okay, so then at this time, we're going to hear from the interveners. So, council, I'm sorry, we didn't anticipate this. We don't have enough chairs, so we're going to have to share the space. At this time, the procedure would be to invite the interveners to come up one by one in separate motions, and the commissioners can interview them with regard to standing. You have to demonstrate your standing to bring a petition to intervene. Mr. Place, would you like to come up first?
Before we do that, I would like to ask for an executive session, please.
Sure.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, we're going to enter into executive session. I'm sorry, everyone is going to have to step out. I don't know how long it will take, but I'll read the item into the record, and then we'll take a vote. Pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes Sections 92.4 and 92.5A4, the purpose of this executive session is to consult with the county's legal counsel on questions, issues, status, and procedural matters. This consultation involves consideration of the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and/or liabilities of the commission and the county as it relates to number 9, petition to revoke SMA use permit, project development use permit on the Kapalawai property, TMK 417005001. At this time, I'll take a vote of the commissioners after a motion is made. Chair, if you'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to executive session.
We already had a second on that,
Yeah.
right? Sorry
Yes.
about that. Okay, motion on the floor is to enter executive session. Would you like a roll call vote?
Yeah. Can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
Commissioner Strafer?
Aye.
Chair DeGracia?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to enter into executive session with the commissioners, and you will all be invited to return. Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order.
Thank you. I have a statement under the Sunshine Law that I would like to read. This is a mandatory statement under Sunshine Law pursuant to Act 19 relating to public agency meetings. A board is required to report a summary of its discussion or any final action taken during an executive session after reconvening to the public portion of the meeting. The Commission has concluded its executive session on item K1. This item involved a discussion for the purpose stated on the agenda. Disclosure of the discussion would defeat the purpose of convening the executive session, which was held pursuant to HRS Section 92.5A4, the Commission's right to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the Commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. No final action was taken during the executive session. Final discussion and action will now commence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. So at this point, before we move forward with the agenda item, we did receive 2 requests for interventions. Request for intervention. One through the testimony we received this morning, and one orally. So at this point, Commissioners, if we'd like to have any general discussion concerning these petitions.
I'll go ahead and try to start.
Okay.
I'll just paraphrase it this way first, yeah. I think I spent the last 37 years of my life as working for HGA, working for a union, and being an advocate for workers, and just being able to support people in positions that they believe in. And I know today we have people here that believe in certain things and have made the request to intervene in this case that we have right here. At the same time, I think we have commission rules in terms of how you intervene and what it takes to intervene. And just in my mind, as much as I will advocate for people trying to advocate for positions, I think for the sake of consistency, of being objective, as well as being, having some kind of stability within the commission here, in my mind, there has been part of the rules that have not been adhered to. One of them has been, I guess if we're stating the rules itself, it would come down to whether a written statement was filed, was one. Another one would have to be, whether that $300 deposit was paid. And third would be an issue of timeliness in terms of the intervention. And because of these reasons, I think I would have a hard time allowing these people or voting for these individuals to become interveners if these rules are not followed. And I really believe that some of these rules were not followed. And I think in those cases, which I think we have 2 requests right now, I see deficiencies in applying to become interveners in both of them. So I think in this one right now, my current feeling is to deny standing as interveners.
Yeah, Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay. Well, listening to the interveners myself and through the oral and also the written, part of me had hopes that, during this process in my thoughts, that it's unfortunate that we didn't have it presented to us in a formal manner, because I believe that there is content in here that would help us ultimately make this decision to grant or not to grant intervention. But I tend to lean and agree with Commissioner Cole that there is a process for submitting petition for intervention, and that the oral and the last minute testimony that we receive requesting does not fit the form and factor of it.
Chair, are you addressing form and content?
Correct, form and content.
And Commissioner Koh is addressing timeliness under Rule 4,
Yeah, as well as form too, though.
as well as form.
Yeah. Form and content.
Okay, the next step would be to decide if there is an extenuating circumstance which allows for a finding of excusable neglect for failure to follow form, content, timeliness, or pay the filing fee.
I don't claim to have any legal background on this. And it appears that if we do it on the basis of the rules, then it has to be rather a substantial reason in order to suspend the rules. So I'm inclined to follow the rules in this particular case.
So does the commission find excusable neglect?
You know, at this point, I'm not sure whether I have enough information to determine whether there's excusable neglect unless we hear from the interveners themselves on that, because right now I don't see any. There's nothing that I have been exposed to.
You want to take a statement from the intervener?
We could.
So I think in order of how it was filed, then we would hear from Ross Cummings first.
Yes.
Aloha, Roslyn Cummings, as an intervener, as a petitioner. It's pretty obvious that someone's relying on the law, but it sounds like assumption is happening. And so what I want to make sure is that I'm bringing in what's called a point of order. Please do not use that as an excuse, but please look it up. I'm bringing in a point of order because you have to give me the law that you guys are basing your standards on when you make your final decision. What I want to know is if you guys can understand the Constitution and cultural standing cannot be denied based on a failure to follow a county-created form. Your form cannot supersede Article 12, Section 7 or HRS Section 7-1. Therefore, the Commission has no legal authority to deny standing on that basis alone. This forces the Commission to stop and consult counsel right away. I have a right to petition and a right to remedy. The supremacy of the constitutional rights and ancestral burial protection is not subject to county paperwork. The law is higher than the form. And I hope you guys can understand the perspective of law. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you.
Am I waiting for a response?
You wanted to ask questions of the potential interveners on the issue of excusable neglect.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the reasons why I would be denying your ability to intervene would be an issue of timeliness. I think we have 4 days from the date of the hearing to file any type of petition, intervention petition in there. Is there any reason why we need to hear in terms of why you were not able to file the petition in a timely manner?
It's just due to my understanding of the hierarchy of law. So basically, you're basing yourself on something that violates the Constitution.
Right. And I think that's where we may disagree, I think, right? Because
Yeah, so I want you guys to understand that these laws are based on actual decisions. That's case reference. I'll give you guys a case reference. Because I will warn this board and commission that I will pursue the highest standard of law, including the attorneys. So this is a notice.
Roz, first of all, we're not going to accept threats here at Commission.
No, this is not a
If you
threat.
want to talk about why you didn't file
This is a standing. Correct.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. If you want to discuss why you didn't file timely, or why you didn't pay the filing fee, or why you didn't follow the actual rule to outline what it is that you wanted to do, please give the Commissioner something to encourage.
And my notice is I gave you guys the constitutional law, and I'm hoping and praying that you guys can hear what I'm saying based on law, the standards of law. So my standing is case reference, PASH, this is on the record, right? PASH versus Hawaii County, 1995, Kapa'akai versus LUC, Waiahole Ditch, 2000, HRS Section 7-1, HRS Chapter 6E, Burial Law, the Law of the Sepulture, Native Hawaiians asserting cultural practice or burial protection cannot be denied participation due to procedural defects. This includes missed deadlines, non-payment of fees, incorrect form, late filing, administrative errors, failure to use county's template, incorrect delivery method, and standing exists by law, not by timing. This is not a threat. This is my standing. And cannot apply with iwi kupuna are at risk. So when iwi kupuna, ancestral remains, cultural practices, or trust property are implicated, agencies must allow participation regardless of administrative deadline. This is directly from HRS Section 6E-43, SHIP D rules, Kapa'akai line of cases, and it's a mandatory rule. The 4-day rule cannot override due process. Administrative deadlines cannot restrict due process, public trust rights, constitutional rights, Native Hawaiian rights, cultural rights, burial protections. A procedural deadline cannot nullify due process rights under Article 1, Section 5, and cannot restrict constitutional participation on Article 12, Section 7. The county did not provide sufficient notice, therefore the 4-day rule is void. If any of the following happened, the agenda was unclear, supporting documents were not available, staff failed to notify the public property, SMA documents were incomplete, which is where I stand. The SMA documents were incomplete. Cultural assessment is not fully available because of the testimonies that were being heard based on what was submitted. Public was confused regarding agenda items, and that 4-day rule cannot be enforced. The public cannot be held to a 4-day deadline when the county has not provided full, timely, or accurate notice. You cannot enforce what you did not properly disclose. Standing cannot be denied based on a 4-day administrative deadline when higher constitutional, cultural, burial, and public trust laws impose a mandatory duty of participation. Any denial on the timeline's grounds is void and constitute an abuse of discretion. So this is my final statement. Please record my formal objection. A denial of standing based on timelessness violates Article 12, Section 7, HRS Section 7-1, HRS 6E, and the Supreme Court precedents. Any ruling made under this defect is void and subject to judicial review, appeal, and personal liability. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Russ.
So at this point, because legal arguments have been made, you can hear from the applicant if you want a counter argument.
I guess at this point, maybe
Well, if
my
you're
fellow
ready to move on.
commissioners, I am kind of feel like I'm in over my head and not understanding a lot that was stated on the floor by Ms. Cummings. Commissioners, would you guys like to enter into?
Mr. Chair, I just feel that we have rules, that we have, commission rules. If we understand the rules as it is as written here, then I think we should move forward. If there is a question about the way it's being interpreted, then I do not believe that this is the forum for it. And that needs to be forwarded on to another avenue, but not here.
Commissioners, any?
I have a question. Mr. Chair, are we supposed to at least ask Mr. Please to come up separately?
I would recommend, Commissioner, that since Ms. Cummings spoke first, that you take a vote on Ms. Cummings' intervention first, and then maybe move on to Mr. Place.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Are you ready to make a motion?
Not real sure how, but I'll just say that regarding the petition to intervene by Ms. Cummings regarding this case here, Kaua, that I move that we deny standings to intervene.
Commissioner, are you addressing standing, or are you addressing procedural issues under Rule 4? Because the conversation didn't go.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
With standing.
No, I think procedurally why we would deny intervention.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion on the floor is to deny the petitioner's intervention due to procedural reasons.
Motion on the floor is to deny petition to Motion on the floor is to deny petition to intervene, submitted by Rosalind Cummings. Would you like a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
Commissioner Strayford?
Aye.
Chair DeGracia?
Aye.
Okay, now moving on to address the
Orly.
It did not follow the proper rules. Is that the commission rules? Commission rules to intervene?
Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion? Or are we ready to make a motion? Or
Do we need him, offer him
I think
to
you
come
just
up?
state your reasoning.
Yes, to state his reasoning.
Yes, and he can state whether or not you have a finding of excusable neglect.
yeah, Mr. Police, would you like to?
Bruce Place for the record. In other words, from what I understand, I have no time to apply to intervene. Is that something that is thwarting my privileges as a person of the state of Hawaii, of the United States government, to be able to do this? You're not giving me any time to go through the process to do it? That is going to be a problem for you? You can deny me here publicly on every meeting. And you better ask is that you allow us until the next meeting, or myself or anybody else that wishes to intervene, time to go through the process. You have not allowed me time to go through the
Mr. Place, the commissioners are trying to comply with their rules. If you could explain your difficulty with complying with the rules.
I had no intention of anything. I just asked to be included in the contested case hearing. I assumed that the county would call me in because I know what it is to be part of this.
Do you mean as a witness during the contested
I can
case?
be a witness. I can be whatever. I don't have to do a contested case, this intervention. I just want to let you know that I have probably some of the best knowledge of what has happened in this area. I have talked to Dr. Kikuchi. I have talked to many, many people. I have researched everything. I know what. Yeah.
But what triggered everything was you wanting to be a party to intervene. So, which is why we are you to submit paperwork for us to discuss and become a legal party to the contested case in its.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I have no reason to be an intervention. I just want to be a witness so that you have what my outstanding, because I go down there every day. Tell you the truth, I do not lie. Try not. Shoreline certification appeal. We have looked everywhere for it. I can't find it. There's no record at DLNR DOBAR. So all you have to take me is what I was at one time. So I don't know. If you feel confident that I will be called as a witness, it would be nice. If you feel that I will not be called as a witness, you'll be missing out on some information.
I think we feel very confident you will be called, and that was part of our discussion, is that we recognize you're very important to this, and there was no attempt at all, I don't think, among any of us to sort of shut you out. I think there may have been a misunderstanding that that's what you were saying, is you wanted to be a witness, and what somehow got heard was you wanted to be an intervener. And so that's what we were wrestling with. But we totally understand that you should be a witness because you've been involved from the beginning.
And thank you very much. And then I will withdraw what was an ad-libbed deal to intervene. So therefore, you do not have to vote on that. I will withdraw that. I will take you, and it is on YouTube, that I will be a witness on one end or the other. I know I've already been approached by the developer to talk to me. So I thank you very much for your time, and I sure hope you don't get another 5,000-page packet again. Like I say, that's it's out there. So everybody that's looking, it's that thick that these commissioners have to look through. Thank you very much. If you have no more questions.
Mr. Place, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Place.
Mr. Place has withdrawn his oral motion to intervene, of discussion of intervention. You would have to decide now on Rule 12. Commission rules. Whether you are going to issue an order to show cause today and refer for contested case, or whether you are going to deny the petition. Those are your final decisions that you have to make now.
Commissioners, would you like to invite the applicant back up, or? Actually, I'd like to invite the applicant and counsel back up for something really quick. Got a quick question.
Hello, David Louie on behalf of Kersner International Management.
On the floor here, we're hoping that, and I believe have the sentiment of the rest of the commission, we're hoping that you're going to be including him in this contested case and reaching out to him for to be informant as for information.
We've already approached Mr. Place to discuss matters. When he earlier made his what are his positions. So we intend to do that.
Okay, thank you very much for entertaining me and placing this on the record.
Sure. And then let me just speak to a hearings officer.
I believe that's for the commission to make a motion shortly.
Okay. Well, if there's a contested hearing.
I'm sorry, if there is a contested.
And generally what will happen is evidentiary presentations will be made during the contested case proceeding.
Commissioners, are we ready for a motion?
Why don't we ask counsel? You can ask counsel to step down unless Mr. Donahoe has anything he'd like to say. To step down and you can continue with your discussion.
Yeah, and the only thing that I was curious about was whether or not there was going to be debate.
Class 4 zoning permit Z42002-20. I move to issue an order to show cause and refer this case to the boards and commission for assignment to a hearings officer for a contested case hearing.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion on the floor is to refer this agenda item to boards and commission and to a hearing officer. Could we take any further discussion before we go to a roll call vote?
Just a procedural question. Do we have to do this for both parties?
Parties as one party in one contested case for this agenda item.
And that's something that the attorneys will work out once they get before.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Motion for order to show cause and referral to boards and commissions to commence a contested case on petition for revocation. Commissioner Ako.
Aye.
Commissioner Cox.
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas.
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka.
Aye.
Commissioner Strayford.
Aye.
Chair DeGracia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. That concludes this item. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
call this meeting back to order.
Item is going to be litigation oriented too, so I'm going to go ahead and run through a couple of the agenda items for Mr. Hull. New public hearings, we have none. Consent calendar, planning director's first notice of violation for the operation of a commercial retreat in the open zone district, and 8 notice of violation and order to pay fines for the reestablishment of a homestay operation on the property located outside of a designated visitor destination area. Cheryl Cowden Shank on behalf of Kauai Diamonds Irrevocable Trust. Tax map key 4490-12005, Kapa'a, Kauai, received on October 20, 2025 for referral to boards and commission as contested case file number CC 2026-2. File 2026-2. Filed by Ms. Cowden Shank and Order 10 on September 30 of 2025. Cheryl Cowden Shank on behalf of Kauai Diamonds Irrevocable Trust request for continuance of Planning Commission hearing for 3720 Moloa Road, TMK 4901250. Do we have anybody here to testify from the public? Not the parties, but anybody here to testify. Are you Ms. Shank? Okay, so the department's probably going to speak based on Chair's preference, but there's no one here from the public to testify, so we can move on to the substance.
Okay. Can we hear from the department?
Sure.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Commissioners. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donovan on behalf of the department. We support the recommendation, the request for referrals to the boards and commissions to set this matter for contested case hearing. It's the department's understanding that a letter was received from Ms. Shank requesting a 60-day deferral so that she could continue to make efforts to retain counsel. It should be noted that she's had 60 days, so one caveat that the department would like answered is what efforts has she made up to this point to obtain counsel, and has regarding contacting, meeting with, what is the status, and if the commission was so inclined to provide her that opportunity. And it's fully understood that during the holiday season, attorney schedules can vary, but that if the deferral is granted to the February 10, 2026 meeting, that it's going to be the department's position that be the last continuance, or the last deferral, and recommend that we move forward with the referral for contested case at that next date. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to invite the applicant, Ms. Shank. Yes, yes.
Just tell us your name.
My name is Cheryl Shank.
Yeah. Hi, Ms. Shank. Would like
With my, due to the situation where they deal with the planning department, they recommend going out to Oahu. So I have been in contact. I'm trying my best. I just lost my husband after 50 years, so I'm doing my best. But I just wanted to be clear, my home has been on the hospice home tours. Everyone's got pictures of my house. They've got contracts. My house was rented before the TVR came. I had an opportunity to do TVR, and I didn't because it was my home, my love. I put everything in it. Due to the fact, I just wanted you to know that my husband had just passed, so I'm more than the time frame put forth by the planning department during the time of alleged violation. And they kept saying that's what I should say.
So, Ms. Shank, are you asking for a continuance to have this sent out? Because I think the commission probably would send it out for an evidentiary hearing so you can put on evidence in your matter.
Yes, that's what
That
I
would
do
be
have
before-
affidavits and, from the community and
Okay.
doctors and, you know, I just want to do my best so that I don't look like I'm a continual violator, because what was happening when I kept paying it, and I'd show a, you know, long-term renter in my house, and just, I don't know, it was just not good. So
Would you want to be heard by a hearing officer? Would you like an evidentiary hearing?
Whatever
Once you get to
that
the
I
hearing,
can show
you would
my,
then ask the hearing officer for an extension. Are you asking?
told get an extension so that you can be represented in February, you know, so we can look through all your documentations and then come back, you know, we'll go to hearing.
Okay.
So I think, and that's the only thing I understood, you know.
Does this mean a deferral? I mean, is that what it sounds like, I mean, is that what it sounds like a deferral for a little longer.
And they, you know, I
time
filed
so
all the
she
right.
can respond.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I filed all the documents, the appeals. During the time when this first happened, a lot of people don't want to go in front of the planning department because they have building permits going. So I don't know. But I want to just defend myself and show all my, you know, all the evidence I have, because before I just, for 3.5 years, I took care of Mike, you know, attorney,
Okay.
all my documents, you know,
Great.
and do the best, you know, the truth. So if that means I lose, you know, but I want to provide what I have.
Attorney from December 2024, the first
I've been
violation?
looking for an attorney since this happened, yeah. I've been
Violation?
looking for an attorney since this happened, yeah. But after that, I got notice, and so I have been looking for an attorney the whole time, but I get hope. Even my best friends I travel with are attorneys, and they didn't want to do it, so there's no other avenue than get, you know, my family from a mainland, than get, you know, my family from a mainland, or try Greg from Oahu. He's no longer. A lot of people are retired that are my, and really, and I think I'm getting strong again, you know.
We understand. Thank you, Mrs. Schenk. But we also have a request from the department that this be the final extension of time. So both of those things are before you. So whether this warrants a deferral to allow Mrs. Schenk an opportunity to retain an attorney, and whether or not you agree that this is the final deferral.
I'm just trying to understand if for over a year she's been trying to contact an attorney, if the 60-day deferral will make a difference.
Well, the other option is that you do refer it to boards and commissions today, and she'd have to make that motion before the hearing officer to allow her for more time.
How does the department feel about this?
Again, the Deputy County Attorney, Kristan Ho.
Officer, to allow her for more time.
How does the department feel about this?
Again, the Deputy County Attorney, Kristan Ho, being referred out to the hearing officer, that attorney being able to reach out to myself or someone from the planning department to maybe resolve it before that. So I'm a little hesitant to recommend a straight referral at this point. So I would agree with the deferral until the February 10th, 2026 date to allow time to retain counsel. And again, once it's set out, things can also be addressed with the hearing officer.
Commissioners, any further discussion or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
You know, just for my clarification again.
Sure.
The deferral will be till February 10th to allow her to get an attorney and try to resolve it before the February 10th meeting. Is that the?
I don't know if it's necessarily for resolution, but if,
It might be just to get an attorney?
just to bring you back to,
February 10th meeting. Is that the?
I don't know if it's necessarily for resolution, but if,
It might be just to get an attorney?
just to bring you back to what you can do today. So normally you would have to hear this within 60 days if you're going to send it out, right? So that's not under consideration at this time, because a longer period may be applied with agreement from Ms. Schenk. So if she doesn't want to make sure that her rights are asserted within 60 days, you're okay to do the deferral. But I think it's just so that Mrs. Schenk can have an attorney determine if they even want to take her contested case. And then she'd come back here and explain to you what happened. She'd come back here and explain to you what happened, and at that time you decide if you want to. She'd come back here and explain to you what happened, and at that time you decide if you want to send it out for a contested case. She wants you to suspend your decision right now.
I'm a bit confused. Are you
suspend it? Leave it as is.
Okay.
To have an attorney even say if you want to go to an evidentiary hearing, which probably will not be before the commission, it would be before a hearing officer, an administrative law judge.
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go, because I just have so much that I need to present, and I think if I have an attorney who said possibly at the end of January he's got time, to represent me. So I think that might be, if I'm understanding right, that might be my best. At least I can present everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for helping me.
My condolence, and I think our condolences for your death of your husband, and we understand, that this is a deferral seems to make most sense, and since the county attorney is inclined to agree with that kind of a.
Does that mean February 10th that I would go before the board again?
Or you would at least have to make some kind of progress.
Yes.
To getting this thing resolved.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, is there something that would suffice for the county?
Deputy County Attorney Cristano, no, it's my understanding that on the February 10th date, if there's been no contact, but there is an attorney, the attorney would come in, and then at that point, it would be referred out to the boards. Well, it would be our recommendation to refer it out to boards and for the commission to refer it out to boards and commission for a contested case hearing. But that doesn't prevent, if she meets with an attorney and an attorney takes the case, to contacting us prior to February 10th.
Is that understandable?
Whether it gets referred out or not would be deferred until February 10th. And then hopefully at that time an attorney would be deferred until February 10th. And then hopefully at that time an attorney will come in. Well, she'll be represented by an attorney, and we can refer it out at that point for the evidentiary hearing. The evidentiary hearing, just to be clear, because I know that the legalities are kind of confusing, that the contested case hearing wouldn't happen on February 10th. We wouldn't come in, hey, we're ready to go. It would be the opportunity to set it out through your representative if you're able to get an attorney. At that point, then we set it out. Okay?
Thank you. Sorry.
Well, commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to defer the appeal of the planning director's first notice of violation for operation of a commercial retreat in the open zone district until the February 10, 2026 commission meeting. Does that approve?
I'll second.
Okay, commissioners, motion has been made and seconded to defer this agenda item to the February 10th, 2026 meeting. Any further discussion before we go to a roll call vote? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to defer to February 10, 2026. Commissioner Arco?
Aye.
Commissioner Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
Commissioner Strayford?
Aye.
Chair DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
Commissioner Strayford?
Aye.
Chair DeGracia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank
So
you, Mrs.
good luck in finding an attorney.
Good luck.
Thank you. So ask all of your attorney friends to find you an attorney. All my best. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item general business I-2, petition to appeal planning director's decision related to the planning director's August 7, 2023, cease and desist and forfeiture of TBR NCU number 1184 Aekai Le'a for the failure to renew by March 6, 2023 for the property located at 2652A U'uholo Road, Koloa, Kauai, Hawaii, identified by Kauai TMK number 426007012, containing 6,377 square feet, Charles Smith and Dini Higashi. Stipulation and order for withdrawal of petitioner's petition to appeal decision of the planning director relating to the forfeiture of TBR NCU 1184 and dismissal of contested case with prejudice. Is there anyone here to testify on this matter? Nobody else is here. Chair, take it away.
Commissioners, any discussion?
I think maybe the department wants to say something, and I think we have
Please.
Mrs. Higashi? Are you Dini Higashi? Ma'am? No. Okay. The party's not here, so maybe the department.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, Commissioner. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe. And I did speak with counsel, Mr. Yamamoto, who works with Craig Kugel in this matter. This matter was set forward to go forward with a contested case hearing. In the interim, while we were preparing for the contested case hearing, there were settlement negotiations, and we reached a resolution as contained in the, with conditions regarding the subject property. In exchange, the parties agreed that the petition to appeal would be withdrawn and the contested case hearing would be vacated. And so this was presented and signed by Mr. Kimura. And the department is satisfied with the terms and conditions that are set forth in the stipulation. And I believe the only addition would be to add, we forgot to add the chair's signature.
Yeah. Probably better, instead of, you don't really need an order.
Yes,
Just
so
have chair sign.
apologies to the commission.
So it's actually just a motion to receive, Chair.
Motion to receive. Okay, Commissioners, there's no further discussion or questions. Be seeking a motion to receive the stipulation.
I move we accept the stipulation and order for withdrawal for the petitioner's petition for cease and desist and forfeiture of TVR NCU 1184.
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion has been made and seconded to receive this stipulation and order. Any further discussion before we take a voice vote? Okay, seeing none, let's take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay. Welcome back, Clerk.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Donahoe. Thank you, Mr. Donahoe.
Anything interesting happen? Down to second to final agenda item, we have new business L1 Special Management Area Use Permit SMAU 2026-3 involving construction of a single-family residence on the property identified as tax map key 26003-015, containing a total area of 8,118 square feet. The applicant is John H. Murray Trust. We did close the agency hearing on this agenda item in the morning, but I think that this is technically a separate agenda item. Are there any members of the public that want to testify on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Romeo for the director's report.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Basically, this project is a proposal for a two-story single-family residence with a garage and lanai, which is entirely Mauka, the shoreline setback area. The site is in an established residential community with FEMA flood zones VE, AE, and XS, with the majority of the development being in FEMA flood zone XS. CZ or setbacks, height, lot coverage, and parking requirements, and the shoreline setback ordinance is fully observed. Now, coming down to the coastal zone management rules and objectives, the project will not impact public access, coastal or recreation resources. However, the subject site is one of the few remaining vacant parcels between Kukui'ula Boat Harbor and the Spouting Horn Lookout. So the department kind of looked at the site and placed a condition in the director's report under condition number 7 to have a 15-foot wide view plane for the public to have the coastal views. So basically that is the only thing that is something that we're trying to do to protect coastal views from the for the public area. And with that, any questions for myself or the applicant?
I do have a question on this. Excuse me, on the application, I think, I have it as page 7. I'm not sure if it's the application or the director's report. It says that under cultural and historic resources, the shallow depth of the footing will not have an impact upon the upon any archaeological artifacts or Hawaiian artifacts or EV. But how deep does a septic tank have to be?
Ooh, generally, the septic tank is usually about maybe 48 inches below grade. However, it depends on like reaching groundwater. So I would have to rely more on the engineering drawings to kind of actually show how deep the septic tank is.
And the only reason for asking that, not because I need to know the depth, I don't. It's really a question of if they find any archaeological or historic, it's not minor because the footings may not be very deep, but if you have to dig for a septic tank, that could potentially expose EV or any other kind of thing, any other habitation that might have been there.
Romeo, SHPD hasn't responded to this one yet, right?
No, there was no public comments yet.
Yeah, septic systems on the coastline have become a particularly, hot flashpoint when it comes to cultural impacts.
Yes.
For a lot of these now, SHPD is requiring upfront before the building permit is approved to have 100% of that site excavated for the purposes of archaeological surveys. I can't say that that's what they're going to put on this one. I know certainly coastal properties next to sandy coastlines are getting that requirement outright across the board. I'm not sure if SHPD would still hold that same scrutiny when it's near a rocky shoreline, but we're waiting to see what SHPD.
So, but we would go with the the shift key.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it also marks in condition number 5 that the applicant must receive a letter from DLNR and SHPD before any ground disturbance.
I was just referring to that particular thing, that there was not going to be deep ground disturbance,
Yes.
but there would be with a septic tank.
Mr. Chair, question. This is one that property that is vacant that has not had a kapakai analysis yet. And that's because it was developed before. So once it's developed, then the need of a kapakai is no longer required.
Hawkeye and previously, it's essentially undeveloped properties. Previously undeveloped properties.
That need kapakai, right? So this one was developed at one time, and therefore we don't need one now.
Commissioner Ornelas, you had a question?
I move to approve special management area use permit SMAU 2026-3.
The applicant is here. You want to hear from him, Commissioner, or are you ready to move?
It's been a long day.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Ian, keep it short, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. Ian Jung on behalf of the applicant, John Murray Trust. Jack Murray's with me here. I've never had that happen before. It's just to be real brief, to address the 2 points that were raised. We did have an archaeological literature review prepared for this property. The archaeological consultant did recommend in their when it gets routed to Shifty, that no further studies be done, because this property is one of those backfilled properties on top of dirt on top of rock layer about 4 feet deep. The septic system will be set about 3 to 4 feet deep on the plans in Exhibit E2, and the depth of the footings are about 18 inches to 2 feet for the stem walls. So it's not too deep on there, but we did have some test pits dug on the property as a part of the Exhibit F2 in our application.
So the top of the septic tank will be 3 to 4 feet below surface.
Correct.
But the bottom of it would be like,
It'd be right on the rock base.
would be on the rock base.
Correct. And it's the same with the leach field.
Well, as long as Shifty is, you're gonna rely on Shifty, then I don't have a problem.
Yeah, the new protocol that the director outlined is we anticipate Shifty's gonna come back and tell us you gotta do what's called 100% AIS. So when the house is constructed, you have a full excavation of the septic system area. We have an archaeological consultant on site, will review everything. If nothing is found, take photos, document it, put a report back to Shifty. And they have said in the past they'll respond within 5 working days to clear it, but we're still hoping for 5 days versus maybe 80. So that's the issue. The other Kapai issue, it was the first home there that was built in 1970. It was demoed in 1994 post Hurricane Iniki. And the footprint of the home will go primarily on what previously existed there. And we had to reconfigure the home to make sure it stays within the shoreline setback confines. So with that, we'll open it up for any other questions you may have for us.
Commissioners, any questions, or are we ready for a motion?
There wasn't a second.
Second.
We don't have to hear from Romeo.
No.
His final
Recommendation.
recommendation?
No, we're all jumping ahead today.
Okay. Based on the foregoing evaluation and conclusion, it is hereby recommended that the proposed development involving the construction of a 2-story, 2-bedroom, single-family dwelling with an attached garage through Special Management Area Use Permit SMAU 2026-3 be approved, subject to the following conditions as listed in the Director's report.
Thank you. I believe we are now ready for a motion. Or do we have a motion on the floor? No, we need a second. Okay. Commissioners, motion's been made and seconded for approval of this agenda item. Could we get a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call. Commissioner Koh.
Aye.
Commissioner Khan.
Aye.
Commissioner Napa. Commissioner Otsuka.
Aye.
Commissioner Straker.
Aye.
Chair DeGrasse.
Aye.
Motion passes, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioners, appreciate it. I was gonna say a 250-bedroom residence. I refrain.
Next, we just have our announcers, just the next scheduled meeting is January 15th, 2026. It's not too packed of an agenda. We have an anticipated 144 residential unit being proposed as part of a project development use permit. And then we also have the long-awaited special management area rule amendments. So it's kind of a policy discussion as well. Those are the 2 main things on that agenda. Oh, sorry, and we have a use permit for a base yard. But right now it's shaping up to be three potential listings, unless there's anything the commissioners want in the new year to be briefed up or agendized.
I hate to bring this up, but whatever happened to Cocoa Palms? Did I somehow miss the annual? I thought that was
Yeah,
the report
there was. They have submitted their annual reports. There was discussion about putting it on this agenda, and thought that to somewhat lighten the load.
Okay. I'm not going to complain. I just want.
But we do anticipate that happening in February.
Okay. I just wanted to know when to schedule my vacation. No.
All right. Commissioners, if nothing further, I'll seek a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, Commissioners, motion has been made and seconded to adjourn this meeting. We'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.
All right.